All right, we're starting.
Okay, everyone, we are going to get started. And I call to order the special board meeting at 5:00 p.m. in the boardroom of Oak Park and River Forest High School. Please call the roll.
Mr. Brisbane,
Here.
Dr. Odell,
Here.
Mr. Arkin,
Here.
Mr. Kurtz, sorry.
Here.
Mr. Kurtz, Dr. Livingston, Mr. Brandhorst, Ms. Williams-Lee.
Here. Okay, and so we are going to kick off with our board retreat to start this meeting. And before we get into the discussion of our board committee, I want to do two things. One, welcome and introductions. We have a guest here who's going to facilitate for us from IASB. So I'd like to have Justin introduce himself, and then all the board members introduce themselves as well. And Justin, let's give a moment for people to get seated.
Okay.
The board is not left. Yeah, the board right now is about to transition. Fully transition.
Hey, Mr. Carwell, if you could just hit that mic, the light will turn green. And then you could just sit and talk into that. All right. Okay.
All right. Well, good evening. Dr. Justin Caldwell from the Illinois Association of School Boards. I'm glad to be here with you again. I feel like I've spent a lot of time here so between different meetings, seeing a lot of you and stuff. But again, thank you for having me. Looking forward. Just for those who don't remember, just a brief background. I've been a little over a year with the Illinois Association of School Boards. Prior to that, I was in New York seat as well. Sat as a board member for 9 years for the high school as president and served as 7 years in the elementary district as vice president. So a lot of experience there, and then too busy to go into the rest of my things that I do every day, but it's already been a long day, so glad to be here.
Well, welcome, glad to have you here.
Thank you.
And also to quickly just do an introduction. I know you've seen names, so people just, quick hello and give time on the board, that'd be great.
Hi, so thanks for coming. I'm Kathleen Odell, and I have just finished my first year on the board.
And Kathleen, our board vice president. Yes.
Justin, good to see you again. Very good.
And obviously, Justin, we've been talking.
I'm Brett Arpin, just finishing my 9th year, but not all consecutive.
My goodness, Justin, about 3 years on the board for me, so.
Okay.
I'm Graham Brisbane. I've been on the board since 2023.
Josh Kurtz, I'm also finishing my first year.
And then I added to the agenda one topic about gratitude. The reason I added it is that gratitude can shift your mood and stress. And I'd like us to think a little bit positive as we're going into some of our discussions tonight. So the question for everyone is, what are you grateful for right now? And I'm happy to kick it off. So I will start with, we just got back from family vacation in Colorado. So it was myself, my husband, and our 2 boys. And our younger son is headed to college next month, and so we want to get in a family vacation for everyone. And it was just nice. It was a nice pace. It was a beautiful place to be. And so just having gratitude and having spent time with family for the past week, and we all got along quite well.
I would say that seeing as I've had 2 major surgeries in the last 6 months, I am very grateful for my health and the fact that I'm at my age and still is healthy, and I feel slowing down a little bit, but I still feel like I'm a person who's vital and can contribute.
Similar to Audrey, I'm grateful for high quality time with my kids. And just had for the last couple of days. My daughter lives in Portland, Oregon, but she works in the summer as an adventure guide in northern Wisconsin. So I had a chance to pick her up and spend some quality couple of days up there back home.
Yeah, similarly, summer is always a nice time to just change their schedules, their routines, as things.
I'm getting everybody, so anyone who's gonna, yeah.
I'm grateful for making it a full year around. My birthday's tomorrow, so it just was. Thank you. I'm just blessed to be able to make it another year. I'm grateful. Well, today I became an aunt. So
Congratulations.
thank you. I'm very grateful for my little nephew.
That's wonderful. Is it your first nephew?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Lisa, gratitude.
Grateful to be alive.
Go just behind you, go to the admin team that's behind you. So Dr. Williams.
Thank you. You know, I'm grateful for summertime weather, like the sunlight. That's very enjoyable and refreshing. Thank you.
I'm grateful for my mother-in-law's health. She's been in rehab for a couple of weeks and she's gonna come home on Saturday, so we're all grateful for that.
Sorry, I was working from listening. That's all I am grateful for work that you're doing in preparation for the start of the school year. Starting to
And I will just say I'm grateful my oldest daughter went on a solo trip to Hawaii. And so I'm grateful she's back, but now she's planning her solo trip to Japan. So I don't know how I feel about that, but you know, she's 23 and she'll survive. And I just wish I maybe would have took some of her initiative at 23 to do that, but you know, priorities are different. So, but I'm grateful that she's back and adventurous to go again.
I have many things to be grateful for, but I'll say I'm grateful for old friends. So we're hosting right now my husband's best friend from college, my husband's best friend who we've been together for 25 years and I've never met this guy. So it's great to meet him and just reconnect with new old friends. A pleasure.
Okay, just this last weekend, I was able to spend a few extra days and spend some time with a little bit of my extended family in a kind of smaller family reunion up in Green Lake, Wisconsin, and it was a fabulous, relaxing time. So I'm really thankful for any time in the summer we can steal that away and kind of change it for it. So.
Well, I'm going to just do gratitude.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm running a little late. Well, I would say at the moment I'm deeply grateful for my family who are overseas right now. So I think that this sort of it's nice to be reminded of that void when they're not there. And so getting to especially grateful for when they are there.
That's great. I've been sharing this, John, and we're kicking off our meeting with a little bit of gratitude just to get a different mindset as we get into our conversation. So that was our purpose. So thank you all for taking the time to do that. And the way our agenda is structured, we have a couple of open session items that we'll talk about as part of the retreat, and then we'll go to closed session. With respect to the open session, the topic that we've had discussion about throughout part of this year has been board committees. And I just sent out some information about our current committees and how we are assigned. Because one of the opportunities is to look at the committees and think, are they meeting our current needs? Like, do they meet the purpose for which they were created? Are there things that we're missing that we need? Are there opportunities to actually consolidate what these committees are? And so it's really set up to be an open discussion. I sent a list out what those committees are and put it up for us to be able to actually talk about. But I know there are some new needs that we have and potentially some things that I think we might be able to be more efficient when I think about the time needed for our committees. I think just quickly. And Justin did make some copies for us for a few things that are on the left hand side of our folder behind the agenda. So there is just, in terms of some work we have done before around our committee, when I think committee, that's the committee liaison, we call it committees, we have board committees, we have superintendent committees, we have parent organizations, and we have community organizations as well. And we had done some work probably back in 2025, start looking at what types we have and what the responsibilities of the board members are. So I wanted us to keep that in front of us. And then just get into discussion about the purpose of what we have and what we might need. Let me just pull up the work of this. Perfect. While I'm doing this, just wanted to ask whether or not are there any things that we're missing or any committees that we believe we need to have as part of our list that we don't?
Are you asking for a walkthrough of this spreadsheet?
Just to be able to talk about what we have, do we still, is it still serving its purpose? Does it need to evolve? Is it missing? Or does anything need to move? And I don't, the spreadsheet is not in our package. It is in the email that I sent listing out what the committees are to the board.
So I'll start. I've had these observations. 2 years in a row, I've been assigned to the Booster Club. At the beginning of the year, I email the president and say, if you need something, if there's a meeting you want me to come to, if there's information you want, you let me know. And then it's crickets, which is fine. They're very self-sustained and successful organization. I'm not sure it makes sense to continue to have
Liaison.
an official liaison to the Boosters Club. And I would say the same thing about Alumni Association, because same routine, reach out at the beginning of the year. I'm available anytime you need, et cetera, and you don't hear anything. And also those two are super connected with the administration. So that's their first avenue of, so I'm not sure we still need Alumni Association or boosters.
Okay.
And then elsewhere, if I'm not mistaken, I think sustainability only has one person. And then Fred Arkin is on the facilities committee. Who else is on facilities? It shows two in the table also, but I think only.
And these may have been what we had initially, but I know we had like two at IGov, and we've just chosen to have one person represent IGov, so I think it's really ideal versus, trying to manage through the load with the liaisons.
Yeah, so that was my feedback.
Okay, so, what about, others with respect to Graham's feedback, on both the boosters, and the alumni, so alumni association?
Yeah.
Graham? Relative to whether we need to have board liaisons to those organizations versus just reaching out if they need something that we could then respond to.
Yeah, I have a hunch that folks on those committees have a few relationships with different board members, and if they ever really did want something specifically from the board, they'd probably hit somebody up directly.
Right, see, I've done several different committees, including boosters, including Alumni Association. And I see the role is something different because it's not necessarily them wanting something from us, other than maybe a report or information. And it's kind of just a communication. To me, it was always kind of a communication. Okay, this is what's going on the board, and then when I come back to the board, okay, this is what's going on at the Booster Club. And it's not really, I don't think it was ever meant to be a position where there would be an ask that's funneled through that particular board member to the board. But rather just, I know the Alumni Association, for example, that was just a lot of information, whether it had to do with reunions or whatever, but they they always seem to want to, and sometimes Karen Sullivan was involved, especially with the alumni association. And so she would give a report of, you know, what's been going on at board meetings, what decisions have been made, you know, what's pending, et cetera. But I'm not sure that if you went to the board and said, hey, do you need me? What their answer is gonna be. Because I just think it's a conduit that being there and being at their meeting. I mean, you're not deciding, you can certainly contribute if they let you. And I have it from time to time. And I'm just not sure that it's such a formal thing that, okay, we want you to take this back to the board and see if there can be some action.
I'm a bit hazy on kind of what the difference is for how we establish a board versus a parent versus a community committee. Kind of, you know, especially maybe superintendent kind of walk us through how these come to be, and you know, and most of the board committees are required. They are like they establish some degree of requirement. But the other ones is you know, how does this come to be, and how, I guess the broader board, right? How do we view our roles as interacting with them? I know that I'm involved in parent and community, you know, committees, and it's largely kind of a relationship, right? Like, you know, we are looking to understand better this issue. Or can you put us in touch with someone from the administration, the right person from the administration to resolve this issue, which is, it could also be anyone, any county, or if they, or if they even just present to the board, it can be the same. The same. So just want some clarity on where we view our responsibility, how these committees are.
Let me jump in on that. So with all of these committees, I can't say that I have a perfect origin story for them, right? I mean, they go back quite a ways, and most of them precede my time here. Generally speaking, let's see if this narrows in on what you're asking for. So it sounds like you don't need a whole lot of information regarding the board committees. Those are formal committees, 2 board members present, Robert's Rules of Order, Open Meetings Act. Those are designed with a specific charge of informing eventual board decisions. The superintendent committees could be for a variety of reasons, but board, and so there is no, you know, they're to inform administrative decisions in various ways that could eventually make it to the board table, but don't necessarily have to, right? It could just be we're driving work that we want to get done. But sustainability might be a good example of that. Facilities example of that. There are things that can inform things to do in the school, but may or may not end up at the board. We have actually a standout in that the policy committee is listed there. That is something that we need, right, to be able to discuss. But there's often with what's the policies that we look at, there needs to be just kind of a down and dirty conversation where these policies are. You're on it, maybe you understand that. So that doesn't quite work for the meetings, but eventually it does. Board's role in all of those in those committees is expected to be participation, right? You're a member, the board member who's there is a member of that committee engaging fully. So you have a board control committee, the other ones you have a participatory committee with superintendent's ones, right? And then the next one, apparently with the parents, that's really functioning more as traditionally here, that really has been a liaison role. You know, you are there if and when needed. There has been a different approach to those. Applause is an example versus the committees that Mr. President was talking about. I believe you, on some regular basis, I haven't done all of them, but I know you've had several.
Not all of them.
Applause meetings, you've taken that as a kind of an in-seat liaison role, right? And not all the committees necessarily function that way, have done it historically. There is no right or wrong, that's just kind of divided. And those parent committees are ones that traditionally have been, actually, all of those committees have been around for a while. A lot of them are very traditional school committees that exist. I think that, if I was gonna highlight one part of that is that there is no traditional PTSA, parent teacher student organization here at OPRF. There are some committees there that kind of, if we were to draw a Venn diagram of their kind of purposes and their roles and function, they intersect with that to some extent, but often for a very specific group within the school, not for kind of the school as a whole. So that is something that's missing there. But I will also say that those parent community organizations, they exist and they function independently of administrative engagement or involvement. It's not like administration is not present or goes to them, but we don't design the agendas or shape what a year looks like. You know, all the other ones we play an active role in that. So that's how it goes. I mean, the organization is moving towards, with a three sequence that name, you slowly kind of peel away the district's direct involvement in it, whether it's through board or. So is that?
Yeah, so I guess the one that stands out, like not to describe, it's value where like the collaboration for early childhood development. Like,
Yeah.
Is that, shouldn't it be a community committee as opposed to a board committee, if that's kind of how we're establishing them?
So no, you're right in the sense that it functions as a community organization, right? So that's different than CFC or CCB, right? Yeah, that's different than that. And this community is kind of unique with this early childhood. I was talking with Mr. Arvidas about this earlier today. The bylaws, actually, Jonathan, you might be able to speak with this with greater specificity because you've been looking at this pretty closely lately and part of your subcommittee, but the bylaws, the mission of the early childhood, the way it's created it's funded directly through taxing bodies within Oak Park. And part of its charter states that board members from each of those taxing bodies combine to serve as the board for the early childhood. And it's for that reason as a board committee. Board members who come to the early childhood meetings are active voting members of that group for their decisions and work out subcommittees and so forth. So that moves that all the way up to that board.
So, okay, so it's a board committee insofar as it kind of created itself and made a requirement of itself that boards control that entity, whereas the other board committees are more so serving, direct requirements of the board, but facilitating obligations.
That's fair with one caveat I'll explain. It's probably just the exact words you used. You described that you stated that I think their mission, they created themselves so that it was a very mutual agreement, right? It's through IGA.
Sure. But for the charter requiring board representation,
That's it.
The COLA charter requiring board representation, it wouldn't necessarily be a board.
That's it. Okay. That's it.
Thank you.
That's a good question.
Yeah, no, I would have I guess a question. I mean, regarding the River Forest Collaboration Committee. I see that almost as the same thing as the Oak Park Council on Governance. I'm not sure what that Oak Park Council of Governance does, but the River Forest Collaboration. And I'm assuming that's the one that Tim is.
Yeah.
That is all, those are representatives of all the public officials, the bodies in River Forest.
Right, so that,
And get together, a lot of it's just sharing information in terms of what's going on. But years ago, they did put together the community calendar for the River Forest. Which integrates all the calendars, including our calendar. So that, it's one-stop shopping if you're a citizen of River Forest to what's going on.
so you see that more than the government?
I would think so. You could ask Tim a little bit, but
Yeah.
I think it's, from the work that was done when I was there, I would definitely have said it was more of a collaboration of governmental.
Because that's what we have with IDUB and also with the Council of Missing and Cog, they're both, kind of the public bodies in the
Right, because it's not like parents coming or community members coming. It's public officials,
Oh. But we can update that.
right?
And I'll just give you, just to maybe clear up a little bit of confusion, so there's really only a couple of committees that are required by law that you should have, as the rest of them, you as a board develop and decide if you want to have those board committees or you want to have those superintendent committees. As long as you have a parent teacher advisory committee and some type of behavioral committee, those are typically the ones that are required by law. So just kind of clear that up. You can pick and choose your board committees, superintendent committees, and how you want to structure them, but you can have as many or as few as you want. But the two that are required are that parent teacher and that behavioral.
And the other one, I also would question about, what it is tradition of excellence. Because there are no parents that are involved in it. It's student run.
Yeah. I agree with that.
It's really a student, more of a student, I don't want to say committee, but it's a activity.
We have a superintendent school, so it's something you think should be.
So what?
Yeah, we have it as a superintendent / school committee, think it should just be student versus.
Oh, I was looking at this year.
No, it wasn't changed. Yeah, I was looking at our latest update.
Yeah, I guess it could be superintendent driven.
I think it functions as an admin committee in the building that does include students. And if you look at the other superintendent's committees, we do have increasingly, actually over the past few years, more and more student engagement in those committees. Sustainability, as an example, we have students in our facilities. So I think there's good parallels in there.
Well, Justin mentioned in terms of, you said just a parent teacher.
Yeah, it's a parent teacher advisory committee is one that's required in your behavioral.
Yeah, and we combine those for our CCB.
Yes,
Okay.
that's that for us.
Yeah.
So, I guess on that note, not the CCB note, I guess, Jonathan, do you want, I think that it's a toner, right, like, all the obligations of the CCB are the scope of the CCB. And can you talk a little bit about the challenges of that's design this past year?
Well, I think, the challenges had more to do with reapproaching how we reapproaching membership, and it's just we had never had a completely open door policy for just anyone in the community to participate to be a member. That became problematic a couple times because with a larger more open access membership, there was less of an incentive to, well, we had troubles making more a couple times, which was if you had a smaller, more dedicated membership, I think same problem. That was the I think the biggest issue. And I think we also had it because it does follow Robert's rules and has a very straightforward kind of go through the line by line public comments. So which the norm up until last year had been that we hadn't really, those were just kind of normal sort of things that we check off as we get into the meat of matter that we're committed to really grappling with for that session. And that we started having lots of activity around public comments, and we really, I think, in hindsight, I don't think we really knew how to bring that in and process that, so it wasn't really a meaningful part of how we were doing it previously. So that was, that's certainly something we need to. Those were I think the two main things that kind of ended up being problematic.
So some
It was a committee discussion, the two board representatives and the administration had to in the off season, how we can. A different approach, and of course, we'll be discussing the merits of that, you know. Presently, right, yeah, I mean, it was a learning experience on several levels. I did have a couple questions, have we done the routine compare contrast with peer districts on looking at what the,
We have that.
okay. I think there's certainly value in that, just to sort of put together a synthesize, distillate what our peer districts are turning their attention to. I had a question about, one thing I'm curious about with regarding the parent community organizations. I love applause, but I'm curious about it being such a robust PTO. Who's been on the board? How essential? How involved are you in those meetings? How essential do you see that as an essential?
I'll leave it open to kind of open discussion at comments on whether or not it's essential. My role has been largely advocacy. So I think applause, I think Apple, they represent a constituency, within the school and interest, and question is how does that the body get represent, get representation, access, and get its needs met by the administration, when necessary, right? So that's, I guess it's to go to that kind of relationship. Questions on, why just recently we had an issue on, why one trip would have been paid for by the school and another trip would not be paid for by the school. And what are our school rules around that? How does the school operate? So that was, okay, I don't know. I'll try to find out for you and give you a response, right? The band uniforms was a big deal this last year, right? So it's like, how do we make sure the band uniforms stay on the agenda and get placed in the budget? So those were, when we talked about Act 3 and kind of the exactly, those were the elements that I was involved in. Other than that, it's just kind of my role in it is to give an update about what's going on at the board level and with the school, and volunteer about with some of the activities of the engagement. But it's not, other than just an update, which is informational, there's not a very real role for me there. I think kind of like do you need help? Give me a call.
That's Now, I was also thinking that, you could make the, devil's advocate case for there to be several of, several applause committees that could emerge based on, because it's addressing a particular, a niche, a part of our community. You could easily have an athletics one, you could easily have, and so on, that could really, you could make the argument that could really snowball, and that if that's going to be legitimate, then there should be a more even playing field for all the other, unique interests to have a board assigned committee. So I'm not sure if applause might not merit a board assignment going forward. I'm just potentially just, I think Apple, I think there are committees that we have that are very meaningfully linked to our strategic plan priority number 1. And I think that we really need to consider a reboot of sorts. I think, Apple's one. I think there's a current reboot in session with the community council, I think, as well. I think that's fair. So I think we should also look at the committees. How can we have a reboot of some of these committees and reimagine how we're going about applying our time and where those are, where they're headed.
Thanks, John. And that's one of the questions, I think, create thought around communication and ways of staying connected. And I guess one of the questions for us to consider is, is going to the meeting, what is the best way to stay connected? Is it a matter of them understanding who liaison is and having regular touch points, perhaps outside the meetings, or maybe coming to meetings needed, but just figuring out from the highest and best use of everybody's time, what would make the most sense for how we engage with some of the committees.
So for like the parent committees, for example, when we're talking about, an interest or an of the school that wants, some sort of formal liaison. So maybe we establish a firm level as a board, this is what the liaison responsibility is, that it is, you are assigned communication, contact relations, given that you are the assigned delegate or liaison to that committee, and then if they want you to appear, or if they need some sort of advocacy or some sort of interaction with the board or the administration, that you're the person they're going to reach out to as a representative. And anything above that, if you want to attend, so that's kind of the base understanding. Is that a fair kind of description of those? Should we set that as kind of the expectation?
Personally, I like it, maybe again, just the best use of time, but I'll be curious what the rest of them.
Well, not so different with the grant when you describe with the.
Yeah, I mean, what we just had up to now then is basically different understandings of what it means to be a liaison. And I took it as, you reach out to me if you need something. Fred and Josh were operating as active members who attend. So I like your idea, let's at least set a common definition for the term liaison.
Yeah, and
Well, it may mean different things to different committees. Depending on what
All the works it's
what their
important for us to
expectations are.
set, but it's important for us to set the expectation. This is the resource that we are setting.
If that's true, that's fine, but then we should say, okay, for this one, you're a member. Whereas for this one, you're a liaison. And if somebody has a personal interest enough that they want to do more, they're certainly.
yeah, well, Josh brought up the point as well that it's some of the things that are tied to our strategic plan. That what Apple that we should look at the report connection there. And so I do believe that we should look at your review, perhaps we can do that. Oh, John, sorry, but I think those are the kinds of things we want to look at. Kathleen, what are your thoughts?
I think definitions and clarity across the board would be helpful. So I think I was just looking at the committee's page. And I think, that would be a place for the committee's page on the website where we could, we could define what does it mean to be a board liaison, for example. And I think, I know we revised the charter for the community finance committee, and I think it would be great to have the charter somewhere easily accessible, such as the webpage. And I feel like I remember we maybe talked about charters for the CCB and the community collaboration. No. The community council, which is another one that I feel like I just don't have a really clear understanding of. So I guess my main takeaway in general is I'd love to see us just have a little bit more descriptive information than and where we have, especially at least for the board committees, where we have charters for the board committees. I think if we can make those, associate those on the page, I think that would help a lot.
And we actually again started this work, but we didn't finish it. So I put in an example of something we started working on for Apple about a year and a half ago, just to try to put descriptions together. So I think we can update and have those kinds of things, because with the description, we were saying as purpose of the organization, that sort of covers, if we have any history that we're aware of, that we added to it, and then just details about meetings. So, but just something that we can look at and be able to manage. With respect to community council, as you know, that's been something we've talked about. That's been shifting over the years. That's been around for a really long time. I want to say that the first kind of bylaws or charter goes back to like the 1960s or 70s. It's been around for quite a while. And I've been a member of community council back when my oldest son was in high school, and it's shifted even since then. And so that's one of the, I think, committees that we should discuss around, like, what purpose, or what do we need from it, right? And if there's an opportunity to reconstitute or somehow evolve it to meet, are there current needs that are not being met that we may be able to talk? And we've had conversations in prior board meetings about on the equity side, how do we get more parent voice? And for, you know, for our students, particularly some of our students that are struggling, right? So there's some opportunities for us to think about how we might perhaps repurpose. So I want to bring that one up for discussion. Particularly, I don't want to add a new committee if we have something that we can actually, we have a vehicle we can already use. I'd rather repurpose and evolve what we have than adding something to actually meet that need.
And then we could write up the charter.
You could write it, we could, right?
And I think maybe, yeah, just a manual, like what you just described for Apple, I think it's a great example of like, what is the organization, what's the meeting cadence, how we engage, it's just a kind of one pager for all of these. I think
I have a template that we can use, right, that we can do, and then the clarity around definitions, I agree with you, Kathleen, and the web page should make sure we're matching and updating definition for it's easily.
Yeah, that would be great.
So when thinking about, I'll go back to the example of community council and sort of what the purpose, I guess what the purpose has been, how we're using it now, and how might we use it, you know, more effectively for the board. And I forget who was most recently on community council.
Yeah.
Okay, Jonathan, any thoughts? I mean, just go through a bit more recently, with them out a couple of years ago, but sort of the purpose and needs that are being met.
Yes, I mean, you know, the community council that I with, I've been on for 2 years now, was designed you know, 2 years ago, it was very much, sort of, each monthly session was dedicated to showcasing some curriculum. And for parents to have, you know, face with the administration. Discussion.
Yeah, there were some non-curricular topics, but you're right, the most robust conversations. Especially second semester that year, check that out.
Yeah. And then this past year, it really became a, you know, we had it was different. It did start out sort of that way, I guess, with we had probably the most well-attended community council meeting I've been at with a discussion with CT. So summer, it was, yeah, it was, it's really impressive how big this whole room was just was completely full. But then we sort of with Dr. Williams coming on board. That was really exciting. I think that was a really big example of how we can think, to your point, these committees and sort of inject some thoughtful improvements into how we're spending that time. And I thought those sessions were very promising, and I think that. So I'm excited to see we're continuing to work with. Yeah, they definitely the 2 years were very different. I like what I'm seeing with them. Impressive.
We have talked about parent engagement as being something that we want a lot more of as a district. And so, and obviously, I love the discussion. We're not gonna like solve all of these tonight, but to be able to make a note that perhaps some work outside of this is to look at, you know, would it make sense to evolve that to be more parent engagement committee, and what would be the purpose, what would that look like, and you know, those kinds of things we can come back and bring back.
So with that is, would you want, like right now, our teacher, student can use this.
So that's a good question. That's a good question, Josh. Thinking about this. At one point, we had a parent for student success group that, that really is pretty much the fault that it doesn't really exist anymore. And I'm trying to think of, I only went to a few of those meetings, how those differ from CCP. So that'll be something that I should think about between those two committees.
Can I just clarify one thing, because the naming of these, especially the statute driven name for CCB. It overlaps in some obvious ways. Teacher advisory committee, or I'm sorry, a traditional PTSA, parent teacher student, but really different purposes, right? Traditional in schools. So PTAC, the parent teacher advisory committee, that CCB fills the obligations of, is the required, and the main function of that committee by policy is to review our student growth conduct and make recommendations to education or changing. That's a thrust of that word. There are other things that can happen, but that's the thrust of that word. PTSA is much more broad without that as singular. So despite the very similar language they have, historically in most school districts have different purposes.
So the PTAC is strictly code of conduct and behavior. And make sure that it has nothing to do with, say, like curriculum.
That's exactly right. Curriculum and those types of topics don't have, traditionally, placed on that agenda here, nor is that specifically the policy driven reason for its existence.
And we've been talking through just the committee structure, other committees that we have, and some of the, some notes that I have, figuring things out is like having some clear definition about what's expected for liaison role for the parent organization, so that we can appropriately define that and understand what it means to be a liaison. Some of us attend meetings, some say we got the meeting, so what is as a board that we want. Looking at what peer districts are doing with their communities, just get a sense of kind of what that connection is. And we also talked through the superintendent versus the board committee versus the governmental. And a question about the river forest collaboration, that's still just public, right? That would be for governmental committee for the river forest.
Yeah, it's one representative from each entity, including DC100.
Okay.
We meet approximately once a month, that can drift into once every other month.
Okay.
But consistently throughout the year.
Okay, and that's very similar to what like iGov does.
Yeah,
Okay, you're right. So we were just talking about that and looking at what we need to do. And then one thing that's missing, we started to talk about parent engagement. And looking at perhaps community council could be evolved, to that. If we have spoken quite a bit about the need for parent engagement, and my perspective is that rather not add a new committee, it would repurpose and evolve one that we already have. So that would be work we could do outside of this meeting, but just want to see where everyone was as we start this process of understanding, then doing charters, updates, just getting it clear what each committee does, being able to probably post that information up.
So we have 21 committee sites. Is that, just from other districts, is that on par? Is that circulars?
That's a lot. I will be honest, that is a lot. Typically, what you see, and again, I'm just telling you kind of the generality. Again, you gotta do what works for your district and stuff, but typically you see board members serve on 2 committees is kind of the max, is what they serve on for committee wise. And I've seen anywhere from districts having maybe 3 committees all the way up to probably about 7 to 10. 10 is kind of about the max committees you see. Now there's other committees that don't involve boards, superintendent committees that don't really have any board representation, and those are more the admin committees, different items like that. But typically what you see about the average is about 2 committees that a board member serves on. So you are on the high side. So the other thing too, I just want to recommend, just as you're looking at your committees and everything, I'd also reference your policy. I think it's 2.150. Which is your committee policy. You may want to look at adding some language in there too, especially as you make your definitions of the difference between a member and a liaison. Put that in your policy, because then that stops them from committees being formed ad hoc and then saying, oh, well, we're going to be a liaison, we're going to be a member. So just something to add, so you look at your policies and you're taking the time to do this. So.
Thank you. On the admin side, are there admin members who are assigned to all the committees?
Most. By admin members, yes,
Like,
by the vast majority, yes, I'm trying to think of examples. The River Forest collaboration, right, is a government. Entity on the administrative proposal.
I'm saying, right, you have somebody there, right?
Yeah, you got it. And then, but the administrative liaison or whatever it is, for the various committees isn't always a member of our district leadership team. So for example, the Booster Club, we had 2 admin liaisons, our activities director, athletic director. I'm looking at all the rest. I think all the rest, we have. Yeah, administrative liaisons. So yes.
And typically for the administrative liaison, are they attending all the meetings or what, how
Yes,
is that?
yes. Yeah, that one exception.
Except for the governmental.
I know, yeah, that's right.
I love River Forest Club.
Although, yeah, regarding the governmental committees, COG,
You attend.
I attend COG, which is the similar organization to the River Forest, and Oakland. I attend, but that's a specific arrangement for this village.
Yeah, and for those who know, COG will have, the board presidents and then the executive directors or superintendent or attend those. So that's the difference between that and IGLUB. For IGLUB, it's just the, elected officials, for COG, it's a combination, of the officials and the leaders.
So can we, on our count, we don't have 21 committees, we have 21 person unit deployments across 17 committees.
Yeah.
And we just heard that the typical range is 3 to 10. Would it make sense for us to try to rationalize at least the top of the range and get down to 10 committees and then 2-person deployments per board member, so that would be a total of 14. Does it make sense for us to try to rationalize?
Yeah, I think it's up to you. Okay.
It seems that government.
So some of these participation is different for example, traditions of excellence. I mean, they meet in the fall, they make their selection, they have their traditional excellence assembly. When in November or whenever it is.
It's in the spring now, but it happened.
Yeah, and then it's kind of over.
That's right.
The scholarship committee kind of, same kind of thing, the bulk of their work is done.
It's more kind of in
Right,
in a certain period of time.
It's compressed into a short period of time, so it's not all of them,
Month there.
Right.
But I think just kind of getting all of that documented out will be helpful, for us. I'm just keeping things to the time. So this has been very helpful. We do have requests for adding a committee, so I want to make sure that we have the opportunity to talk about that as well. And did everyone get a copy of the request for the permanent role of a?
While you're pulling that up, I just have a quick question. For your board meetings, do you do committee readout reports in your board meetings?
We do a regular board meetings, we do an update of what's happening in committees, so that,
Do you go through all those committees?
yeah, we have a list, you'll see in our agenda.
So just another thing, I know we're gonna talk later tonight about, making your meetings, effective and efficient. So just keep that in mind as you look to, you mentioned, having 21 committees and stuff. So as you're gonna go back and revisit, that will again, strengthen your meetings and make it more effective at that time. So just, keep that in mind.
Thank you, Justin, that. And so, I don't want to be out loud to everyone, I'm sure that Becky had the information, but the, Oak Park Forest, Mutual Aid is looking for recognition, as a qualified auxiliary operation under our policy, 8.90, for parent organizations and, booster clubs. And the organization describes itself as a nonprofit, founded by members of the Oak Park River Forest community with a mission to provide mutual aid and social support to OPR high school students experiencing economic hardship, recognizing that some, you know, that unmet material needs directly impacts students' ability to attend, engage, and succeed actively. So that's just what the purpose is. I just want to open it up for thoughts and conversations about approving the addition of another committee to the organization, I mean, to the district.
So can I just ask a clarifying question? So policy 890 it doesn't appear reading policy 890 that the board has a role to approve or not approve the establishment of such a parent organization and the relationship with the school. Can I read this correctly? It's the superintendent or designee's express written consent is what would authorize the establishment of that organization as a district parent organization. So I guess maybe for the board, this is related in terms of our conversation about what's the board's role with parent and community organizations. But I'm not sure with the request itself. I don't have clarity on what our role is there.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think the policy language is a little bit confusing to me. Well, let's just say it's inconsistent. You have the paragraph you're referring to, that's the second full paragraph of the policy. Parent organizations are recognized by the board, so let's recognize them. And permitted to use the district's name, the district school name, so on and so forth, and it has that phrase about provided they first receive the superintendent's or residence express consent. Second, later on down in the policy, before the list of committees, it states the Board of Ed has approved the following organizations as qualifying auxiliary organizations. So that may be an inconsistency or a vagary in the press language itself. I would imagine it's a pretty stock language. You might know that well, Justin.
Yes, yeah, and again, I don't know if you made any adjustments to that policy, otherwise it's gonna get stuck. Are you a press plus member? I can't remember.
Yes.
Yeah, so you have the ability to change that language, but if you don't, have it done anything for it, it's pretty standard template based language on that one there.
So given that, Justin, is this something that goes under superintendent or something that the board needs to take action on with greater clarity?
So, and again, I guess to be more clarity on what the ask is, you know, I see the ask there and, you know, and then request to use the district's name and logos and everything like that. So I guess, you know, they're already established as a 501c3. So I guess what recognition are they looking for from you? And I guess is the bigger question.
As I read this policy, there's three things. Number one, it says parent organizations and booster clubs are recognized by the board. It doesn't say shall be or the board will officially recognize. But that's, you can infer that the board would need to decide, okay, do we recognize this organization? Number two is, assuming they're recognized, then the question is, will they be allowed to use the school's branding? And that is what requires consent of the superintendent. And then the third element here is, assuming you are recognized by the board, may you attain auxiliary status, which is a special status beyond just plain recognition, which then allows you to use school facilities, staff mailboxes, school mailings. So there's like three distinct things that can be inferred from this, and it's really not a clear written policy. I guess the first thing we should decide is, does this board need to officially first recognize a parent organization?
I think there's an additional request beyond the recognition, which is the request for a board liaison relationship.
Right.
That's sort of the same.
Admin, the deadline came up.
Yeah. And if I understand it right, we don't have a recommendation for the administration as to what our action should be tonight. We're just sort of
Discussing, yes.
discussing.
Yeah, we haven't got to the point, we just need to get everybody together in a room to actually talk about this.
Yeah.
So that was the whole piece.
But your point about liaison. That's something that is required in this policy. The superintendent shall designate an administrative staff member to serve as liaison. Once they get recognized.
Is this something that we would want to send to the policy committee for consideration?
I think given the meeting, sure.
I actually think that it would be good to just kind of get some, like, get some clarity around that. I would appreciate the policy committees that look at currently, I think it would be helpful to have policy.
And then
committees.
bring back an actual recommendation with support.
Yeah, and with some clarity on who needs to do what in order to make it. Yeah.
That's good.
Absolutely. So I guess the question is, we have the horse request. So is our response to table addressing that request until we formalize or adjust?
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. So you moving, for our parliamentary procedures, I'm gonna say I would table the request pending the conversation, putting a policy, being able to, so we can be very clear to understand what's going to be required. And give clear direction for what we're going to do.
Second.
Yeah, we need to add to, I think what might be, Jonathan, I think it was you earlier today, you asked, what do comparable districts look like, right, peer districts and so on and so forth, we got a general answer, in some ways, but not a specific one that appears. Same thing might be true of this policy, but I'd be interested to see which other districts have edited or revised the language in this policy, and if so, how they cleaned up, but is admittedly vague and unclear in some ways, so I can do some work for that policy committee to find that out.
Yeah, and I can also reach a bit, take it back to our policy team, and they can give you great examples if they've done any work around that the policy and pull them out directly to you. So I made a note of it to bring it back to the policy team. Jar Press Plus, they'll help you craft that policy as well.
Great.
So
I think what the policy team is gonna notice is that of the 8 organizations already recognized, one is Parent Teacher Association.
Right.
Which doesn't exist. I mean, this list has gotta be maybe 20+ years old.
Yeah.
So the reason we're stuck on this is probably the first time in decades that somebody's requested recognized organization or organization.
Now, just a form, so I just want to say we've been moved to second that we table this in terms of policy committee, and have an opportunity to, when we gather some additional information.
So you moved.
Yeah.
Second. So,
All in favor? Alright. Okay, we'll come back to it, and then I'll follow up with the individual who submitted it. I just want to make sure we can be as clear as possible with our response, and that we know exactly what we are voting on.
the other thing too, you'll probably want to make sure that you get a clear definition of that auxiliary organization. Because as you look at that term, that ties you closely into providing the charter and managing, even though they operate independently. It also could involve some management from you as a school district with that organization as well.
So the auxiliary piece, well, we have a lot of clarifying to do, Justin, so I definitely appreciate having your expertise with us tonight as we're working through.
Yeah, so when I'll go back and I'll reach out to the policy team and have them.
Okay, that would be very much appreciated. And the last piece for that we're going to, there is in your packet 12 points of the IASB code of conduct. We had a conversation last year after the swearing in that's when we basically had the opportunity to talk about our code of ethics, code of conduct. And it's best practice for boards to actually reaffirm the code of conduct every year. And last year we mentioned that's something that we want to make sure we're doing every year. So I thought with Justin to make sure I had the right points to the IASB code of conduct, because our policy says this is what we follow. And then from a reaffirming is something that we, I guess, how does that work, Justin, based on your experience?
Yeah, so typically what you see and what we did as a board is, it's almost like you're taking the oath of office, and so it's gonna be a this code of conduct. It's great to do it in a public setting, because then you're showing to the public that these are what you agreed to. And you're taking the responsibility for them, so it's always best practice to do these in a public setting and do them manually.
And so we will read for these as we learned as well, we were doing a swearing in, so does everyone have their code of conduct sheet? And so we'll start doing this annually at our board retreats. I think that's a good time for us to make sure that we're fine. Ready? Ready. So we represent all constituents, act with honesty and equality.
Are we reading these aloud together, or could you read them and then we all affirm them?
Just
Yeah, I think if you read them and then they, yeah.
okay, so I started, Spray, I'm going next.
Resist special interests, refuse to surrender responsibilities to outside groups.
We avoid conflicts of interest and avoid impropriety.
We refuse personal gain. Do not use the position of personal publicity.
We acknowledge collective authority. We understand that authority rests with the board, not the individual.
We abide by majority vote. Decisions are made only by the.
We take no private action, refrain from actions that compromise the board or administration.
We respect confidentiality, protect all privileged information.
Follow ethical channels for change, seek changes through proper ethical channels.
We respect differing opinions, encourage free expression among board members.
We practice respectful discussion, engage in honesty, respect.
We prepare and we participate. We actively attend and prepare for meetings.
Thank you all. At this point, I am going to move to the closed session for the purpose of discussing the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the district, or legal counsel for the district, and independent contractors and specific volunteers, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee or against legal counsel for the district to determine its validity. However, in needing to consider an increase in compensation to a specific employee of a public body that is subject to the local government wage increase transparency act may not be closed and shall be open to the public and posted and held in accordance with this act. Collective negotiating matters between the district and the employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees, student disciplinary cases, litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of a particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when a public body finds that an action is probable or imminent, in which case the basis for the finding shall be reported and entered into the minutes of a closed meeting. And self-evaluation, practices, and procedures for professional ethics when meeting with a representative of a statewide association of which the public body is a member. May I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Evans, can you please call the roll? Dr. Rendell? Yes. Mr. Arkin?
Yes.
Mr. Gertz?
Yes.
Mr. Grisper?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Dr. Livingston?
Yes.
And Ms. Winsley? Yes, so we will move into full session. One minute, Ms. Swan. Right, ready? Okay, we are reconvening open session at 7:37 p.m. And do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do.
For public comments, please limit comments concerning matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Education to 3 minutes. This section is not intended to be a dialogue with the Board of Education, and the response time to any questions coming out of the public comments will be up to 2 weeks. And please note that, under our board policy, 2.230, we will allow for up to 20 minutes of public comment on any one topic. And a total of public comments of not less than 30 minutes. And please note, I will keep up on a 3-minute timer for each public comment, just so that everyone who wants to speak, hopefully they have an opportunity to speak. So please not be offended if I ask you to stop when the alarm goes off. Ms. Evans, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, are we ready? Our first speaker for tonight, Ms. Kendra Johnson. Thank you. Is that you want to go to the podium right there? Oh, podium. Okay. And if you hit, there's a little black button on the mic to make sure your light is green. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kendra Jackson. I'm the mother of Kieran Wade here. She's a rising sophomore honors student at this school and a young woman with an active IEP for emotional disability. I want you to understand who Kieran is before I tell you what happened to her. Living with an emotional disability is not easy, but Kieran has done something remarkable. She's taken ownership of her life. She's made deliberate choices about who she surrounds herself with and what kind of student and person she wants to be. When a friendship no longer reflected those values, she made the hard decision to walk away from it. She chose her path. She chose excellence. That takes courage every single day. Here's what happened to her. After Kieran ended that friendship, the former friend began threatening to jump her at school. When Kieran heard the threats were serious, she went to the dean's office and reported it. She sat in that office for 4 hours. The dean spoke to the former friend, accepted her denial, and sent Kieran back to class. No safety plan, no call to me, and critically, no call to Kieran's special education team. They were never called, not by the dean, not by any administrator, not once. 4 days later, on May 12th, it happened exactly as Kieran reported it would. She was surrounded at the main entrance of this very school building by her former friend and the girls she brought with her to specifically carry out this attack. My daughter was slammed to the ground, had chunks of her hair ripped from her scalp, her face scratched, her body punched, and her knee bloodied. She left through the front doors of this school in an ambulance. What happened after was almost as painful. Administrators questioned Kieran and insinuated she was at fault. They told her she was imagining threats, and the special education team, the people who actually genuinely cared about my daughter, I had to tell them what happened to her. School officials never contacted them. It was only after I reached out that her team got involved, and they were the ones who finally were able to get a safety plan in place for her for the last 2 weeks of school. And still, weeks after the assault, an administrator Kieran had never met pulled her out of one of her final exams without telling me, refused to identify himself to Kieran, interrogated her alone in an unfamiliar office until she messaged me in a panic attack. Kieran chose the right path. She chose this school. She trusted this school. And the one time she needed this institution to honor that trust, it failed her at every level. I submitted a formal grievance letter to this board this week. I am asking for a written response within 14 days and a meeting before school starts this next month. Because right now, nothing is in place to keep my daughter safe when she walks back into this building. She's already been failed once. I will not let that happen again. I want you to hear from my daughter, very short.
And so the time is up.
Say what you have to say here now.
My name is Kieran Wade. I made a choice to walk away from that friendship. That wasn't good for me. I made a choice to focus on my future. I made a choice to ask for help when I felt unsafe. I did everything right, and it still happened. I still want to graduate from OPRF, but I need to know that if I ask for help again, someone will actually protect me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
please save them time for the next time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Great job. So sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Michael, could you pronounce your last name, sir?
Coperniak.
Thank you.
I think it's on.
It is.
My name is Michael Coperniak. I'm a longtime resident of Oak Park since '81. I go beyond that. I was on the swimming team in high school, and the schools at that time, Oak Park was part of the Suburban League. And I swam many meets here. I wasn't at going to this high school, went to another one, came here. Was always very appreciative of what Oak Park was. Now, as far as what's going on now, as racial equity advocates speak tonight, we must not ignore the equity needs of our Black, brown, and low-income students. Our most recent state achievement data remains paramount in deciding district priorities around success for all learners and not relinquishing our deepest values. Regarding the percentage of students demonstrating academic proficiency, overall students reaching proficiency in ELA, 78%, Black students, 48%. Overall students reaching proficiency in math, 64%, Black students, 28%. Our spending on students' learning needs seems to ignore this stark reality. Speakers who follow will elaborate on this situation. In doing so, they will all agree that how you spend our extraordinary tax revenue reflects what District 200 values. We call on you to find a balance between capital improvements, over $250 million with Project 3, and the needs our students face as the new school year approaches. I think education is the mind and the spirit and the person. The buildings are something else. Plato and Socrates, where did they teach? On the steps going into buildings. Thank you.
Our next speaker for tonight is Mr. George Bailey.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. George Bailey, 34-year resident of Oak Park, 724 South Clarence, Chicago, at Oak Park. So my comments have a historical value based on some research from the reparations report, where our kids, our Black kids, consistently live at the 40th percentile in this institution. And there needs to be a corrective here. And I'd like to offer 3 suggestions. Bear with me. I think that one of the most important things is to really look at the expenditures and decide on need or want, however you want to deal with that. I think if we look at the capital improvements, we need to look at what amount of money could be moved over to create more useful support services for students who are really in need of. Things have to change. My research goes back to the late 70s, and our kids are still languishing in the 40th percentile. So that's one thing. That's a generalization. I'm sure people here are going to dig into the weeds on this. I think we also need to give critically serious consideration to creating a community high school liaison office that will help build the volume of Black parents who want to come to this school. They don't feel like this school, and that's another long since 1998, I'm sure you've been dealing with issues of belonging, but I don't know how close you've been dealing with them. So find a way to balance capital improvements and support services for real people who are really looking to have a future. And the last piece I want to look at without any kind of details is I think that we have to really take a look at who we are in this community. When Black people and other people of color move into affluent neighborhoods, there's a dynamic that's going on, and I've never heard anyone talk about that in this. Maybe you've talked about it, but I don't see it translate into curriculum. So I would like to think of why haven't we thought of what a 21st century high school like Hope Park River Forest is going to look like? We're continually making winners and losers in the game we're playing here. Thank you.
Next speaker, Mr. John Duffy.
Sorry about the traffic there, guys. Let us older people go first because we got to get home to bed. Deal with these wounds.
John Duffy, I'm a member of C and a 49-year resident of Oak Park, the Longfellow neighborhood. First, I want to thank you for finally picking up the baton and moving it forward. Past that, you've responded. Tonight I'm hopeful, but I'm also disappointed in Dr. Hester's proposal to hire 2 new core content interventionists. First steps are always significant, but the administration's proposal falls woefully short, responding to needs identified since the first semester of the freshman restructured honors program 4 years ago. It's an anemic response to the immediate recommendations of the Community Finance Committee to provide minimum of 5.5 dedicated tutors and to overall increase supports for student learning. It's real clear in that report. It sadly follows a disturbing pattern, though. We and many in the community believe the Imagine plan sees massive capital improvements as a realistic and singular answer and path to racial equity. Tonight's 2 expenditures proposals give evidence to this viewpoint. When the Office of Equity had a community meeting to do a racial equity assessment of Project 3, we showed up. There were 5 members of our organization. There were 3 members of the Imagine organization, including an executive leader, 8 people. When the summative report was presented the following month, not one thing was said about what we brought to the table. That is not only undemocratic, that's a shame. When the administration shared input on that summative assessment, our jaws dropped in disbelief. I encourage you, however, tonight to look at 2 other sets of evidence. You pledged to be evidence and data-driven. The evidence on schools that put massive resources into capital improvements is very interesting. It's evidence-based research. Schools like ours, well-resourced schools, do not move the needle on achievement when they do that. Schools that have been underfunded, poverty schools, neglected schools, when they do it, they see differences. It doesn't apply to us. That doesn't mean we shouldn't do anything. We're overdoing what we need. Secondly, there's compelling research on evidence-based support for community engagement and real decision-making, not information sharing, but input. It leads to the kind of outcomes we profess to desire: more student learning, more parent satisfaction, like the family that was here. So lastly, I'll say this. We welcome you to engage that process with us and the community and to continue the discussion about a community equity advocacy committee. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, Mr. Chris Thomas.
Or Alliance Black Youth. So sad. That's what I'm here. It's about reading. It's about math. It's about it's unrecognizable leadership. It's curriculum. Access to rigorous coursework is open doors. More students and increased enrollment in honors and AP classes. That definitely deserves to be celebrated. So thank you for that. But bold decisions also require bold support. And the way Karen was supported, that was not bold. Your own reports tell the story. Since implementation, course failures have increased, particularly among Black students. The 2024 ISPAR report found that struggling students are not receiving the targeted support they need. Their 2023 tutoring analysis found that existing tutoring is not functioning as effective intervention. Earlier this year, the Community Finance Committee recommended expanding high dosage tutoring and strengthening supports for average students. The evidence is consistent. Tonight, we understand the administration is recommending two intervention specialists. We appreciate that as an important investment, but your own evidence-based funding report identifies a much larger need. It recommends approximately 5.5 intervention tutors based on overall enrollment. Additionally, intervention tutors for low-income students and additional intervention tutors for English learners. Together, those recommendations identify a shortage of more than 7 tutors and intervention positions across the district. In other words, while 2 new positions are meaningful, they address only a portion of the need your own analysis identifies. We also encourage the board to seek clarity on how these positions and the district's existing tutors will be used. The report specifically recommends implementing a high dosage tutoring program that provides struggling students with intervention during the school day as part of a comprehensive support system. This should remain the goal. The question is no longer whether students need additional support. The question is whether we are willing to build it together. There are staff who want to advocate for students but fear professional consequences. There are students who remain silent because they fear being targeted or labeled. Perhaps parents even often don't know who to trust or where to turn. And when fear enters the conversation, honesty definitely leads it. This cannot rest solely on the school district. Academic success is a community responsibility. It requires schools, families, community organizations, and neighbors working together. The Alliance for Black Youth was created to do exactly that. We're not here to point fingers. We want to build bridges. We welcome the opportunity to partner. Thank you.
Sorry, my mic died. I have to scream. Our next speaker is Sarah Scriber.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Sarah Schreiber. I'm here as a member of the Alliance for Black Youth, a parent of 2 recent OPRF graduates, and an Oak Park resident for nearly 2 decades, which blows my mind. For 23 years, I have worked to address academic and behavioral issues related to school culture and climate across the state. Time and time again, my experience has shown that the #1 indicator of a supportive school culture and positive school climate is the quality of its relationships. So what connects relationships to learning? Dr. James Comer is clear. No significant learning can occur without a significant relationship. Research across neuroscience, psychology, education, and adolescent development supports this. Significant relationships are characterized by demonstrated trust, empathy, consistency, and unconditional support. Significant relationships require time, but the benefits are profound. They spark a deep sense of belonging and increase a sense of safety, both physical and emotional. They enhance academic success. They calm distress, and they change behavior. Ultimately, significant relationships are the single most important foundation for academic, social, and emotional learning. Among other recommendations, the board's Community Finance Committee has recommended that the administration implement a system of high dosage tutoring, which requires 1, that tutoring occur 2 to 3 times a week during the school day for 30 minutes at a time. 2, that tutors are well trained, have subject matter expertise, and provide tutoring that is aligned with classroom instruction. And 3, relationships. The work of the tutors must be based on relationships, significant relationships. Tonight, the administration proposes hiring 2 interventionists to join its dedicated, we believe, 1 tutor. We don't have all the details, but we have questions. How does this plan meet the needs we know students have? How can 3 people, 1 of whom is part-time, deliver high dosage tutoring for hundreds of students and still prioritize significant relationships? The administration's budget proposal falls far short of the recommendations given to it. Once again, the burden will fall to our low-income students and our Black students. The math and ELA proficiency gaps at OPRF are startling. Tonight, let's view them together as opportunity gaps. The type of gap that we, in our wealthy and resourced community, have the financial capacity to close.
Last speaker, Ms. Georgiana Davis.
Good evening. My name is Georgiana Davis. I've been in the district 30 years. I'm so real estate here. I'm on the Oak Park Housing Board, and I was on the zoning board of appeals for 5 years. And I've also taught in the district at the summer school level when I was at another district. So I've also was on the GAP committee with the middle school back with Lynn. And she gave me a letter she wanted me to read. Lynn Allen, she's on Clinton in Oak Park. And I'm gonna hurry up, so I won't run out my 3 minutes. I have been a resident, she says she's been a resident in Oak Park for 2 years. My 2 children were born and raised here and both attended and graduated from both District 97 and District 200. I am the co-founder and CEO of Tri-Star Gymnastics, coming up to be 40 years of operations in Oak Park, Forest Park, and Little Forest. I also work for District 97 in the Multicultural Education Department for 20 years. 13 years as its last director when in 2017, District 97 ended the department and gave away all the resources that were part of the Cultural Library Hands-On Museum. In addition to managing the MCRC, which was the name of the center, my department worked with a local agency to address the social, emotional, academic, and cultural needs of our African-American students by sponsoring programs that would help improve their academic results and eliminate Black and white achievement gap. This used to be an important stated goal of our school district, even though implementation of many proposed plans through the Minority Student Achievement Network, which 2 districts were joined together, I think it was the District of Evanston, worked together, the commitment seemed to be half-hearted, and it was implemented after year after year. By 2018, diversity, equity, and inclusion seems to come under fire throughout our country and in our schools. Many of our school support initiatives were quietly dropped. Open hostility towards Black Americans from the top administration in our nation has been flowing down to every aspect of our society, telling our children that they are less than at every turn. This psychological devastation, along with inadequate academic support, exacerbates the situation. Thus, the need of the significant number of African American students are still not met and seem to be in low priority.
Let me say your time is up.
No way to see that, but it's nice public comments.
Thank you, Ms. Evans, and thank everyone for the public comments. We are now going to move to our action items. And the item is I move to approve the following action item: approval of the personnel recommendations, including new hires, assignment changes, transfers, and resignations. May I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or questions? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Mr. Hurts.
Yes.
Dr. Livingston.
Yes.
Mr. Driscoll.
Yes.
Mr. Arkin.
Yes.
Dr. Odell.
Yes.
Mr. Grandhouse.
Yes.
And Ms. Langsley.
Yes, and I'm going to do an adjustment to the agenda in terms of order. We will have the curriculum conversation with Dr. Hester to come up next.
As Dr. Hester and her team comes up, let me introduce this topic briefly before I turn it over to you. First, we hear the comments. We've heard comments at previous meetings. We've had conversations with several, not present here, both internally and externally, community, and we hear the urgency to bring items forward that address the concerns related to equity achievement gaps for in a variety of different ways. And we're happy to be able to do so tonight. I also want to state, as I shared several weeks, well, a few weeks ago at our June regular meeting, that we anticipate that we plan, I should say, that this is a step. We don't suggest, imply, state in any way that this is the entire thing. But you're going to hear tonight in Dr. Hester's presentation, excuse me, is that some information about what our multi-tiered system of support is at this high school, how it functions, and how it is designed to meet students' needs in a variety of ways. That includes the 0.6 FTE in our math enrichment center, but also other FTE that is designed for that purpose. We're going to explain some of the challenges with how that structure works in this district. It has successes. We're going to describe some of the challenges that structure has in this district in a variety of ways, specifically looking at the effect that it has on student schedules. And what we're bringing forward right now is a proposal that does not double down on those challenges with the existing structure. Part of the work that we need to do going forward is to examine the tight challenges that we have with finite school day schedule for kids, 8 periods with a variety of requirements, and figure out how we can create flexible supports. This is a common challenge, and we're going to be able to address that a little bit here tonight and continue that conversation going forward. So with that said, Dr. Hester, I'll turn it over to you. Okay.
Well, before we start the discussion, as long as we can make the motion for action item, can we go on to discussion?
Yes, forgive me about that. Okay, thank you for the reminder. So I move to approve the following staff recommendations for the 2026-2027 school year. 1.0 FTE reading interventionists to provide tier 2 services in world history A, and 1.0 FTE math say this word, is to provide tier 2 targeted intervention and care services. May I have a second? Discussion. Questions, we can move on to Dr. Hester.
Great. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to have this important conversation with you this evening and to bring a recommendation forward. I am joined this evening by Ms. Andrea Newman, who is our Executive Director of Special Education, and by Ms. Jennifer Brinkman, who is our Director of Student Learning. And I'm going to present and share the information with you tonight. And then the three of us are going to work together to answer your questions and provide any additional information that you need. So there's been a lot of conversation, as we all know, around providing additional supports for our students who are academically at risk of meeting learning standards. There's been specific concern expressed about the disproportionate number of students of color, and especially our Black students. As an administrative team, we're very aware of our data and of the disproportionality for demographic groups. And all of our interventions that are in our multi-tiered system support are geared toward, as well as our instruction and our core curriculum, to decreasing those proficiency and performance gaps. We can always do better and be better. We can be a lot better, we know that. And we are committed to improving achievement for our students. There's also been conversation that's stemming from the evidence-based funding report about a perceived lack of staffing in what the evidence-based model, funding model refers to as core intervention teachers. And just to remind everybody, in that report, they used ISBE's definition, the state's definition, and that definition defines core intervention teachers as a licensed teacher providing one-on-one or small group tutoring to students struggling to meet proficiency in core subjects. As we move on to our outcomes for this evening, as Dr. Johnson said, one of the first things that we want to do is really walk the board through our core intervention services within the multi-tiered system of support model. We want to talk about our programs and our teachers in those programs. And we also want to let the board know that there is an upcoming meeting to really talk about evidence-based funding. In that presentation on evidence-based funding, they also talked about understanding our local context. So that meeting's an opportunity for us to meet and really move forward, in partnership. So I wanted to let you know that with that outcome as well. And of course, we're going to make recommendations tonight for a reading interventionist to provide support in Tier 2 services in our World History A, which is part of our freshman curriculum. And we're recommending that the Board of Education approve a math interventionist to provide Tier 2 services. So all of the recommendations this evening are in alignment with our strategic priority #1 for racial equity and our strategic priority #2 for transformative education. And they fall under our student learning focus area for student growth and achievement. The recommendations also are part of our strategy to meet our lagging and leading indicators for academic growth and achievement. And the strategies are highlighted in the last 2 bullet points. And these are the very same strategies that we shared with the Board of Education in our student learning presentation. All right. So the bulleted items on the screen represent design elements of quality intervention services. These are elements that we adhere to at our school. and they're pulled from multiple sources of research on intervention. Now, one of the cardinal rules of intervention is that early trumps later. So most of the interventions that you'll find for students are really for highly focused for kindergarten through grade 3 students. And most of the research on interventions then, of course, is with those grade levels. So that often leaves us with little research at the high school level to draw from. But nonetheless, we use the available research. We do draw from some of the early research, also from high school. And then we also want to let you know that we use our research from our own intervention programs, our student performance data, and we use that to constantly design our interventions. I want to draw your attention to the very last bullet point on the screen. And it's very critical, take a minute to read that. It's very critical that our systems of support allow our students to meet their graduation requirements, and they don't keep them from getting into those graduation requirement courses. And it's also critical that our students who need interventions have access and choice to planning their 4-year pathway. And I just want you to bookmark that in your mind and hold on to that for when we talk about and we look at our student schedules. So our entire approach to student success lives within our multi-tiered system of support framework. Our multi-tiered system, the graphic on the screen, shows that system of supports has both academic interventions for literacy and math, and it also has behavioral and social and emotional supports and interventions. I'm proud to say that the system is robust and that it is research-based. Here's how that system breaks down. Tier 1 is our foundation, and ideally 80% of students succeed purely through the core classroom instruction. However, our data shows a critical gap. Our students of color are not experiencing the success at the same rate as their peers. And that is why we are actively working and we have strategies to improve how classroom instruction meets individual needs. Tier 1 also includes our school-wide safety nets, like our tutoring center, and that's where we really use the words tutoring. Our tutoring center provides math homework support from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. for our students. And we also offer teacher-led homework support, which we also call tutoring, for all core subject areas during the school day. And students usually attend that at lunch or a study hall. We have for Tier 2 targeted support, about 15% of our students need a little bit more help. And these are groups of students who are falling just below the state proficiency standards and usually scoring on our benchmark assessments between the 30th and about the 40 to 45th percentile on district benchmarks. Tier 3 is intensive intervention, and this is highly individualized. It's students usually receive that intervention in small groups. It's highly focused instruction, and it usually represents students who are performing below the 30th percentile. So now we're going to move into our literacy interventions, and all of our literacy interventions are Tier 2 and our Tier 3 provide explicit research-based instruction where students receive small group instruction as part of their overall curriculum. The Tier 3 these are all Tier 3 literacy interventions that you see on the screen, and they represent our most intensive academic support. All of the courses are co-taught with a special education teacher and a general education teacher. The general education teacher is certified in the content area, and the special education teacher is actively providing specially designed instruction. While we staff these interventions with 18 students to 2 teachers, in reality, that ratio is much smaller. Students are grouped according to need, And the groupings of students sometimes changes daily. And it can also often change weekly as well. Because our students in these intensive interventions are receive intensive targeted support on a regular basis, we believe that these 4 interventions are and should be represented in part of the evidence-based funding model. Students in the Humanities Accelerate receive instruction in the cohorted courses of the Literacy Seminar 1, English 1, and then World History. The students in the Humanities Accelerate are not receiving instruction in the Freshman Honors for All curriculum. This is an intensive intervention for those students. What this Humanities Accelerate allows is that they're not receiving their intervention as an add-on program. In English and History, the interventions are built right into the curriculum, allowing them to progress in their graduation requirements. And then the last 2 interventions on the screen, the Literacy Connections for 10th graders and the College and Career Literacy for 11th graders, are intensive interventions that are additional classes and support for those students. We have 1 Tier 2 literacy intervention, and that is our Literacy Seminar 2. It's provided by a certified reading teacher with a research-based curriculum. It is small group. There's a rotational model in that curriculum. And as you can see, this is an area where we need to support these students who are achieving in the 30th to 40th percentile. We need more support. And that's where you'll see one of the recommendations come in place this evening. All right, so all of our math to our interventions for Tier 2 in math and Tier 3 in math are also research-based. They're taught by certified teachers in math, and they are delivered in small groups to maximize support. We really have 3 main ways or pathways that we provide those interventions to accelerate learning. So let's take a look at the Math 1 and 2 Block Accelerate. They are Tier 3 interventions. There are most intensive interventions in mathematics for freshmen and sophomore. They're co-taught with a certified math teacher and a special education teacher. The courses give the students additional time in that it allows them to focus on the grade level Math 1 or Math 2 course, while also receiving immediate just-in-time support in back-to-back classes. So targeted support focused on the skills that they might be missing. The Math 1 and Math 2 Extended operate differently than the block. The students are in the college prep Math 1 and Math 2 courses, and then they have an additional math course that is a fully targeted intervention and support with a certified math teacher. And then for our Math Enrichment Center, that is also a Math 2 support. And this is our flexible high dose tutoring program for students. It's offered to students in Math 1, 2, and 3. And it operates differently in the fact that it's not based off of benchmark assessments. This is one that each quarter, students are recommended who struggle, and then they're offered that intervention 1 to 3 times a week. And the students come during the study hall or during their lunch period. Okay, so I want to just share some schedules of students with you, so you can see how these interventions play out. And I also want you to remember that bullet point in the beginning about the importance of students getting their graduation requirements and then having choice and access to their 4-year pathways. So this is a student who will be in Humanities Accelerate next year. So if you just take a look at that schedule and find the interventions. And then we're going to move to 2 students who also are receiving interventions as sophomores. One of those students is receiving special education services, and the other is not. And as you look at both the freshman and the sophomore schedules, as you can see, the system of interventions are strong. These students are heavily supported. But the interventions really impact their choice and their ability to start and engage in 4-year pathways. Their schedules are full of interventions, as then they're trying to find choice and navigate. And so this is one of the reasons that our original strategy was to plan and study. We know that we have a robust system of supports. We know that we are achieving results in many places, but still not achieving the results that we need to see. And know that we need to prove. But with that being said, throughout the presentation, I think I highlighted that we're really in need of interventions that help kids in college prep or higher classes. And that is really providing those tier 2 supports that are just in time, that are side by side, and help a student write in their courses. So with that brings us to our recommendation. And the first one is for reading intervention, is to provide tier 2 supports in World History A courses. This is a celebration. We have decreased the number of cohorts that we have for Humanities Accelerate next year. That means that students are performing better coming to us. And we want to support those students who may have been in Humanities Accelerate or have just met proficiency by the new state proficiency guidelines. And we want to support them with a trained reading specialist in World History A. That specialist will really focus on some of the strategies that go along with structured literacy and also disciplinary literacy. And we're already working to identify those sections of World History A and the teachers. For the second recommendation, that is to provide a math interventionist. Initially, this will extend the services of the Math Enrichment Center, which is the high dose targeted tutoring. But we also want to mention that we're still studying and learning. And what we see more high schools doing, and what we know we have to do, is to provide the supports in their classrooms. So we want to share that we also know that providing more support in that extended setting where kids are required to come because it's a course, but yet they're still in their college prep level curriculum, is something that we'll be looking into and exploring as well. So with that's the end of the presentation, and we would like to open it up for questions and more information.
Thank you, Dr. Kester. Team, questions?
Thank you for the information and the presentation. So just clarifying question. Are the which student group would the 2 positions that you're recommending most interact with the most?
I think tier 2 of that multi-tiered system of support. So that is the 30th to 45th percentile. And you're probably asking why. You have the students who need the most support. Our Humanities Accelerate at the freshman level serves the students who are performing below the 30th percentile. And we showed that schedule from the Humanities Accelerate because there really is no more room in their schedule. We would actually have to not give them one of the math block or the literacy seminar.
So are those the honors for all freshmen, or are those the group of freshmen that are not participating in the Honors for All?
Those are freshmen who are not participating in the Honors for All. So what we're doing is more kids are moving into Honors for All. The need for support is growing, so we'll have co-taught sections next year in Honors for All with a special education teacher and a general education teacher that was already included in our staffing. And now we would have the ability to add a reading specialist who would co-teach with a world history teacher. So that the kids can access the content and be successful. So that actually extends services within Honors for All as well. I'm sorry, yes, it extends services within Honors for All.
So it's the Honors for All
Who are
history course,
receiving
for example, where the additional intervention would be.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. And our teachers have been asking for that. And we'll welcome that support.
Dr. Nestor, thank you for this. This is really helpful background. I'm curious about the tutoring center and I think you call it teacher-led tutoring that happens throughout the day. Can you just talk a little bit more about both of those? How they work with regard to the tutoring center? How is that staffed? How sort of what are the offerings throughout the day, 7 to 7? And most importantly, how does student access those supports?
I'm actually going to ask Mrs. Brinkman because she leads that tutoring center.
So. Sorry, so the tutoring center is located in the center part of the SRC. And so beginning at 7 in the morning, we have a staffed math tutor who has a substitute teaching license and an industry background in math. So she starts at 7 and she works until about 1:30. At about 10:30, we have another same scenario, employed substitute teaching license, industry background in math, and she stays until 7 p.m. During the regular course days, like the 8 periods, we have teachers who work here as part of their supervision period, go to the tutoring center. All of that works on a drop-in basis. So students go there to get help with something they know they need help with. And that can, most often it takes place during a study hall or lunch, but it is highly accessed for math before and after school.
So it's driven by sort of students seeking out those tutoring supports. How do we help students, sort of understand that this resource is available to them, the support is there, they just have to go to the tutoring center? Is that a conversation that a teacher would have with an individual student? Is that something that we talk to include families in that conversation? And just talk more about how that works.
So certainly teachers would recommend students or could tell their, students about their opportunities that are available. When you are in 9th grade, all of the 9th graders have a study hall or a period where we invite them to take a tour of the SRC, and that includes heavily the testing center, but most importantly, the tutoring center, so that all of the students know where it is and how it works and how to come in. We publicize it, like anyone who enters the SRC sees the tutoring schedule, so they know which teacher from which subject is in there for which period. And it includes the before and after school time spots, so they know that it is open that long. We do the best we can to have grassroots. A lot of teacher teams talk to each other about who is going to be in there and who, like what concepts we're going over. We actually have 2 volunteers who also come. And so we publicize that because one of them is a high-level science tutor. So primarily physics, but can do chemistry. And that is something that our high-achieving science students have been asking for. And so we were lucky enough to find a volunteer who was, he comes 2 days a week and he loves it. That is, again, it's just sort of students who take the initiative to go to receive help.
And what is the teacher-led tutoring Talk about that, how do kids access that, where is that happening?
It's the same. So it's in the same space and it's just for one period, one teacher goes there as their supervision. So then if I'm the social studies teacher in there and you come in and you need help with your world history homework, I would help you.
Just if we can go back to slide 12, there's not a lot of time in that schedule for a student to access a tutoring center.
Correct.
Lunch and study hall, or 2 times before or after school. But I think what's interesting about this is we're really saying that it's in the classroom that the extra supports are being provided. So it's it's not fair, it's not right to say that a student's not receiving supports. If the student is in that classroom, if there's 2 teachers and they're in a certain kind of class, the supports are there.
Correct.
In the classroom. The 2 new positions that you're proposing, can you explain again? I didn't quite understand your answer to Kathleen. So are they going to be in a single classroom, or are we sort of sending them to different classrooms throughout the day as we figure it out?
They're different. So for the reading right now, we will be sending them to different classrooms throughout the day. So they will actually be going into the classroom and working with small groups. There's several different models for co-teaching, depending on the need of the day. What they'll really do is there'll be universal supports. So even the highest performing in the student will, in the classroom will benefit, and the student who's struggling the most will benefit. But then there'll also be targeted supports. So a universal support might be that we're really working on morphology of words, beginnings, middle, and ends, learning word meanings. We might be really learning how to tackle a text and analyze a text. But a targeted support might be that there are 7 students in that classroom who the reading specialist is then pulling aside and working with them in a group to support them. They might be modifying a text. I should say accommodating that. Then they might be accommodating the instruction and chunking and guiding them through that. But they'll also have plans for those students.
And will that evolve over the semester as we identify specific students that need extra supports? Will we be able to plug that?
Yeah, it will. Yeah. Yep, and that's exactly how it happens. So in seeing this model before, we already have started to work and look at the classes and the students who need it. And we'll start with those classes and those students that we've identified. But there will be other teachers that start to say, hey, I have a need, and we'll start to look at that. But what else will happen is there will be kids who are served and supported and are up and performing well in the curriculum, and they'll kind of fall off the plan. So it allows that person, if you can think about it, 5 days a week, they don't have to be in the same class 5 days a week, but they need to be in a class probably 2 or 3. Right now we're thinking of just starting because it's late in the game. We've got to hire, we've got to do all that, is starting with 5 sections and then moving further. But we've identified 5 sections right now.
That's really good. Just one last question.
Oh, the math one though? The math right now will extend that math enrichment center so that it's fully staffed every period with an interventionist. So that means it serves students in math 1, 2, and 3 who are recommended by quarter. So it has that flexible high dose targeting.
Which can change quarter by quarter, student need by student need.
Yes. Yes.
Do we know when our next Honors for All report is going to come to the board? We have that scheduled yet?
We have not set the date for that.
Okay, I'm assuming though that's going to be part of the flight of reports we're going to receive in the fall.
That's right, actually, so what that flight is, would be the subject of a board conversation in the early fall, and then scheduled off from there in August.
Okay. Dr. Johnson, you said as you're teeing this conversation up that we do plan to come back with more supports, more requests. What is our timeline for that? Is that something we can expect to see first semester, I hope?
Well, look, so part of the challenge is, so what, let me kind of explain with a little more detail now that you've had the presentation, my introductory comments we're referencing here. So the two proposals that we have in front of us right now are both designed to be flexible. You just heard that in what Dr. Esther and shared. Meaning that the existing class schedule can exist as is, and we can work within that to give those supports. That's a good model, right? That's a good model. You're able to provide different supports as it needs throughout the year. This model is a good model too, right? That we see kind of reflected in this schedule. But you can see what it does with the schedule blocked up. And so the space to give flexible support is kind of taken for these kids, right? You don't have the same access. So what we need to do is try to figure out ways, if we want to kind of expand and create more opportunity for the supports, we need to find ways within this to either change this model without dismantling the benefits that we have from it, but create also a flexible support within this. That is something that is more than just identifying FTE and plugging them in. That is something that is taking a look at how our master schedule works, right, for our students. Dr. Esther said in one of her earlier comments that other schools are looking at different models, and they're increasingly moving towards these different types of flexible support models. And so that's something that you just can't snap your finger and fix right here. Do you want to speak more to that?
I actually want to highlight, I'm going back here, to the strategies. That bullet point number 1 up there is as important or more important than the last two. And if you remember, even in the evidence-based funding model, what's most important, right, are I'm trying to think what they call them, but the core teachers, right? Like core teachers, core curriculum, tier 1. Tier 1 has to be fortified and has to be strong so that we serve more kids in tier 1. And so that linkage among the course outcomes, the assessments, and then eventually the grading practices, and then getting our teachers in those professional learning communities is an incredibly important strategy, because it is the system that all interventions, all tutoring is moving kids toward. And so like when we think about timelines, we have to move both of these things at the same time. And I just really want to be honest. I want to be transparent. It takes a lot of teacher capacity to continue to invest in our core teachers and our core curriculum. And so that will be as important to us in our work. And we already started, some of that work this summer. Some of that work was done before. So I just wanted to highlight that.
I appreciate both those explanations. I do, and I really appreciate all the background tonight. This has been incredibly helpful to me, and I think to people maybe who aren't as tuned in to this conversation and all this background information. In terms of timeline, the only timeline that we're offering is 3 to 5 years. And that's not acceptable. And so if we could communicate a more specific timeline for exactly, I know it's a very complicated problem and there's a lot to figure out. I get it. But saying that we're going to do that over 3 to 5 years is not acceptable. So I really wish that we could, we're trying to be transparent. We're trying to explain how complicated this is. If we could simply say, look, we know that this is going to be 6 months. We know this is going to be a year. here's the 18-month plan for getting to, you know, a solution. I think that would be incredibly helpful.
That makes sense, thank you.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. This it's been very, very helpful and also particularly love how this it's been, you know, I know it's put together. Quickly addresses an issue that all of us that we have foresight and deeply appreciate. I'm curious, do we record who accesses the tutoring center?
We do.
Okay, do we know if we are reaching the kids that need it the most via the tutoring center?
We do not we don't necessarily track students. We track who comes, but we don't track what classes they're in or what help they're getting for which teacher or what course or what assignment. And so we don't necessarily know exactly which students are coming from which courses, so we wouldn't know if it's students from these courses.
Would it be a stretch to do that?
We could definitely add that to our data analysis.
Because you know, I think that when we're talking about how do we most effectively reach these kids, I think we need to do is understand how we're reaching them today or how we're not reaching them today. So, you know, like for instance, right, you know, they brought up one of the comments today that was brought up was regarding, you know, our performance gap around Black students, right? It's interesting that, you know, we have a large performance gap which you see in highly affluent areas. That's because often white students perform very, very high in those areas. And so our gap is wider in the state. Our Black students perform in English and language arts roughly on par with the state. They greatly exceed the state performance in math. I think math proficiency is like 9%. So, you know, it seems like you would imagine that everyone would kind of get a boost up in a high performing area, even if we do have that large gap. So I'm curious if, you know, where the ELA kind of disconnect is, and that's kind of where I'm getting this is, are we only tutoring math? Are we, you know, are we getting people to come in for ELA assistance where the need is in that respect? So, you know, if I had to ask, I would ask if we start really trying to collect that data, so we see who's getting those services. I'm curious about the, like, you know, using data.
That's fine. Yeah, that's what it is.
The intuition tells me that's because kids, let's like say, come is that what the data kind of shows is that because have we been doing that in the past? Because whatever we're doing in the past maybe not hasn't been effective to date.
No, we have not done this model. Other schools have. But we have not done this model yet.
Okay, and I'm curious about, and this is the data, I know that there's a generational issue as well, right? You know, there's often a stigma with S of whether that's in the class or in the center. Are we concerned with the stigma in the class? And you know, are we concerned with the stigma in the center? And which is one of the reasons why I often ask about tutoring as well, accessing it very private fashion. And we explore that element.
We're not concerned about stigma in the class. You know, the kids today are growing up in co-taught settings very frequently. You think about, you know, from elementary school on. Like I said, all kids can receive the benefit of the reading specialists in that class. We believe that they'll access the supports. So As far as the tutoring center goes, remember, our tutoring center is much more based on homework help. So like the math intervention center is targeted tutoring. You know, so we know what the lagging skill is, there's intervention for that lagging skill. In the tutoring center, they're coming because I've got something that I just got out of class or I'm due and I'm getting help. So that's all kids. You know, there definitely can be stigma on who accesses and who doesn't, whether it's perceived as, you know, whether it's perceived as, you know, something that is cool or not cool, or you know, something that really meets your beliefs and values too, of whether you would do that or not.
Because, you know, I think that overall society has been more open to, you know, recognizing people with disabilities. People are vocal about it, whereas people have so it helps to understand that you know, maybe the notion in setting that it wouldn't necessarily you know, be viewed that same way just because kids are. What about, you know, not you know, you aren't just born in fall of 10th grade. So, you know, when we talk about developing our support system and planning for our support system, where are we with communication in schools and as possible?
We need more collaboration. I will share that we've had some really strong collaboration with District 90 this year. They've done tremendous work and shared that with us on their math curriculum and with ELA. And we've been able to share back and forth. And we are, you know, looking forward to more partnership with District 97, especially with new leadership. I thought you're grabbing it.
I was gonna ask, could you speak a little bit to, so your question was specifically about identifying students?
Right, identifying and using that as a way to address as well as prepare, right? You know, when we are looking at how we need to staff up, right, to support, it also helps to know what kind of volume of kids with additional need are coming.
Yeah, so we have a data sharing agreement. Yeah, and we have I don't know, I would say very rich, you know, data coming in from both schools. That's what allows us to at least have a picture of the students. There are conversations about students as well. And so we know that, and I'm sorry, that was your question. My head is also in that preventative mode with the curriculum. There's a lot that we can do to streamline actually from grade 6 to grade 10. That can make a tremendous difference for the kids in our community.
Thank you for all this. You know, I really appreciate everything that went into this, as well as that, you know, that we are really trying to, you know, push this out.
So thank you for this. This is really, it's great to see this presented like this. It really helps a lot. Wrap your head around it. The thing that I've been thinking very much on, saying a similar wavelength as Josh, as far as, you know, when looking at the barriers, the traditional barriers to tutoring, to access to tutoring, agency access to tutoring. You know, you certainly have the social stigma, you have, you know, logistical issues, you have scheduling issues. And looking at the hours the student resource, you know, the tutoring center is open. You know, I would really, really love to see weekend hours, which do we currently have any weekend hours? I mean, I feel like it's an imperative to have weekend hours and to also meaningfully look into remote tutoring as well, because I don't think that we're not addressing the access and agency issues that we need to in meaningfully addressing this, finding a resolution to this problem until we do that. Because there's so many family kids that it's just not gonna work within these stanzas that are currently set up. And so we need to, I think, really commit to saying that we have to do it, not just add more tutors, but actually rethink how, you know, the setting, the days, and perhaps even the delivery as far as, you know, entertaining remote options as well. I think we're just not doing that right now. I really think that if we're going to, that the only way we're going to truly meaningfully improve here is by having weekend days, weekend nights, remote tutoring, and I think we absolutely have to do it.
Right, or Graham?
Okay, you all. Like my colleagues, I thank you for the work that you put in. Most of my questions or comments have already articulated. I do have a couple things, though. First of all, I gotta say that using the term honors for all is a misnomer. Because we do not have 100% of our freshman class in honors. There's a significant number, and you can tell me that percentage of students that are in our, do we still call it transitions? In classes that are not honors.
So we have the accelerate, that humanities accelerate is not honors, and there's also.
Yes. And then we have instructional level courses for students with IEPs.
Right, so when we went into combining honors and college prep back, what, 2018? Is when we first started talking about it.
Oh, 19.
Yeah, I want to say that there was something like about 19% of students that did not qualify being in college prep or honors at that time. So those students have remained having the same kind of supportive environment that they had in the past. They're not in the honors program.
So what I'll say is that we receive the scores from the middle school, and those scores are what place students, you know, variety of things. We do see a lot of growth through the freshman year, and the hope is that by sophomore year, they're able to access. So it's intensive, the whole purpose.
Are those for the most part the tier 3 students?
Yes.
They are tier 3.
Okay.
Yeah, so the whole goal, because they're receiving intensive reading instruction, intensive writing instruction, literacy throughout all 3 periods. So the hope is that we're providing so much intervention during that time that by the time sophomore year comes along, we are able to really move a majority of those students up.
I just want to clarify, just since that point is brought up. Yes, that's our hope. Yes, that is what our data tells us is happening.
Okay, one of the about 2.5 months ago, we had a couple members of the CFC in front of us talking about the evidence-based findings and their conclusions. And what I heard, in very simple context, was that our resources are misaligned. And that we don't necessarily have to increase resources, but we have to realign our resources and to be able to provide the services that are necessary to our students. So in the 2.5 months, and how have we looked at our budgeting process? You know, with that evidence-based financing realignment in mind. What kind of work has been done?
Can I say that back? You said within the last 2.5 months?
Yeah, I mean.
How have we looked at our budgeting process and that refinement?
Exactly.
Yeah, so our budgets were already in and proposed for the next school year. Prior to seeing that report. I think one of the things that we've noticed in going back and analyzing is we have a tremendous number of of staffing in the interventions that were presented tonight. We have a very large number in that. And there's some calibration, I think, that needs to happen with having that opportunity to meet with the presenters, the folks who wrote the report for evidence-based funding. I think that's really important to calibrate and make sure that we understand. And then it's also important that we continue to look. We have not budgeted, besides this, we've not budgeted new funds since our budgets were turned into the business office.
Or just, I just want to clarify the bulk, not the entirety. The bulk of what you see reflected in the evidence-based funding formula is dollars reflected through staffing, human beings. And so the staffing cycle for the coming school year, who's working for us and what they're, how that functions. That is set at that point that report came out, right, for the coming school year. That's reality of public schools across the board. And so the reshifting, needing less of this type of employee and more of this type of employee, that type of a work, that goes in the cycle of a school year. And so that is work that will it is, as frustrating as that is, that adjustment is gradual. And that is something that we heard reflected in the EDF report. And the recognition of that staffing timeline, we also heard in that conversation. So having conversations about where those changes could happen are things that we are aware of and have begun to talk about. But that's to answer your question earlier too, Tim, they're kind of linked together here. That's not a change for this school year that we can snap our fingers at. The recommendation really from the EDF report was not what we're doing today. It is not add more FTE to your school budgets. It was what you're implying. It was take a look what you had and make these adjustments, right? Even out how you're making your investments across the school. So that's really in the long term where the effect is.
I just want to add to what Brett said, to clarify. So the report did say shifting within what you have, but it also said things like we have more safety personnel than we might need. So part of it, and if I'm thinking of this correctly, we don't know if the shifting can happen to get the resources that we need without doing that work to understand who or what we need where. Is that fair?
That's excellent. That's very true. And that's consistently how we talked about EDF for several years before this report. There are some areas where we want to invest above the adequacy target that the various investments identify, and we would, and be anticipating which we will continue to do that. That doesn't mean that everywhere that we're overinvested, we need to continue to be overinvested. So really identifying those areas and where to make those changes are things that Mr. Arbogast and I have had conversations about that, a conversation with Dr. Sanders today about some potential areas there. I mean, these are things on a regular basis we are discussing, but we are at a point where the hard changes to existing personnel for this coming school year, those with contracts for some school year, is something we're ready to propose.
Yeah, so thank you. And that addresses my inquiry. The other thing I want to ask about in terms of tutoring in the tutoring center, when we identify kids who need supports. All right. And somebody said that they can receive tutoring or supports. All right. It's not that they are receiving. It's not mandatory.
No, because the tutoring center is tier 1, and it is like homework help in our, So you're right.
So how when we identify these students, how do we necessarily make those supports mandatory? How do we say, okay, here is the support that you need, and this is where and when you're going to get it, and this is where you're expected to show up. And are we collecting that data? Are we collecting data for these kids who need supports? And when they get the supports, what are the results?
are they moving, are the supports moving the needle?
Okay, so I'm gonna start and I think Greg's gonna go. So first of all, the kids who need the support, the kids who are kids who need the most support are already fully in interventions during the day. They tutoring would be extra homework help on top of that they could go access. And teachers may say to them, even in those, in those classes as well, go ahead and, you can access the tutoring center before school, after school, or on your lunch. And if you think about the student who has had 2 periods of math already, they've had 2 teachers in the room, they have a very small number in that classroom. They may or may not go for additional math help, on top of that. If they have already had English, world history, and lit seminar, the same might be true. So they may or may not go for that additional support. The students who aren't freshmen, aren't in that humanities accelerate, they have more room. And so again, teachers will recommend them, but it's not a requirement. It's not a requirement that they.
Yeah, and so 2 things to add on to that, and that's great. And first of all, I think the tail end of your question was, what would it take to take what we have here and make this thing, right? As Esther said earlier on, when she was describing it, I think it was you, Springer. This is a support that is provided to students during teachers' supervisory periods. Okay. And so there's a memorandum of understanding with our teachers that allows them to work in this kind of pseudo 6th assignment, right? Our teachers all have 5 assignments. This is the 6th period, which is, we cannot, by our understanding, this is incredibly common, not something we have, it's across the state and almost every high school. It's a 5-period maximum load for teachers. To make this an assigned tutoring assignment for those for students during that time with those teachers, so certified teachers who are teaching those courses in the school day, that can't be a supervisor anymore because we're assigning them a load. That has to be one of their classes. So that's either a 6th class in addition to their load, which is a different financial investment than using the supervisory, or it is hiring more teachers, right? Actual certified teachers as part of their class to do that. So I'm just putting that in the category of our previous conversation, that falls right in that readjustment of our FTE. It's also recognizing that the tier 1, that's not good. Sometimes I hear alarms going off my own head too. Also, we need to recognize that these tier 1s, Dr. Henson described this as a tier 1 support. That is incredibly valuable in its own right? Drop-in tutoring for kids to go in there and get some homework support today when they don't need it tomorrow or whatever the case is. We don't want to get rid of that. We don't want to rob Peter pay Paul in some ways, right? We want to do the whole thing. So we got to find a way to do this and that at the same time.
And did you guys cut me off? Are you done? I hope this was communicated tonight during the presentation, but a languaging thing, right? Like common language sometimes can mean everything. And I just really want to point that out. For us, that multi-tiered system of support and all the interventions, they actually probably, well, I would say in many cases, provide kids more than a 1-to-5 ratio tutoring. For us, all the investments that we've made and what we've allocated to the intervention services, our interventions are where it's all at for us. Tutoring for us is homework help, and that's just a languaging thing. So, and that's what I tried to draw the parallel to earlier is, we have 7-to-1 ratios, 8-to-1 ratios, 4-to-1 ratios. Where we have 15 kids, that's a station rotation model, where the teacher actually balances their time across the week and works with small groups of kids in different, times. It's intensive, it's planned, it's a certified teacher, and a certified special education teacher in many of these cases. Really, not just planning, an intervention plan, but planning for them over the course of the unit and over the course of the week. They modify materials, they accommodate instruction, and they work to accelerate at fast rates to get the kids to double time. Like, I can't say enough about how much planning teachers do, how intense their relationships are with the students. And the other thing is how much the teachers work together to accomplish the goals. So I think the term, some of this is just languaging, is what I meant to say.
Thank you.
Graham?
So thank you for this. I'm gonna bounce here on your presentation a little bit. We go to slide 12.
Schedules, right?
Yeah, the two side-by-side schedules. So when you got to this slide, you said, as you can see here, the interventions are strong. And what did you mean by that?
So both students have math block, right? That has 2 teachers in it. The students have back-to-back math periods. It allows them to, the whole goal is that the kids are accessing the grade level curriculum at the standard level. But because it's a double period, they also have time to build the lagging skills. So that's a very powerful intervention for a student. It's a lot of teacher time and a lot of support. If we look at the schedule with the student who is receiving special education services, they also have literacy connection, right? They have literacy connections. That's at a very low student to teacher ratio, and they are building their literacy skills through a research-based curriculum. I'm looking at that schedule to see what else I see. If we jump over to the schedule on the right, this student not only has the math and literacy, I'm looking, okay, yeah, interventions, but the student has phys chem. Which is also an intervention. It's just that everything that you're talking about is math and literacy. So the interventions are strong in that schedule. But they also don't have room for other things. The student on the left, has graduation requirements courses in there. The student on the right is just taking phys chem as a sophomore instead of as a freshman. And so that science, trajectory is going to be a little bit.
So the point of this is that because there's no annotations to it, you're saying that this is an example of student with an IEP getting significant interventionist support in the form of literacy connections plus the double math period. Let's go to slide 7. Which is the pyramid. And if I understand it correctly, what you're saying is the students who need the most help, which would be in tier 3,
yes,
are already getting a full court press of services, supports, interventionists, and so forth.
Yes.
And I also interpreted from your comments that if you were to put a heat map on this triangle, and I realize this is an oversimplification, but if you were to do that, it would show up on tier 2. Because you said we really need interventions at the college prep level in tier 2. Did I understand that right?
Yeah, so interventions in college prep level, and it would be for students who need tier 2 services. You said what I said, but it should be for students who receive tier two services.
Okay.
Yep, go.
And I just want to add too, I think our goal in talking about all this is delivering these interventions in the D-track or college prep classes, because they have access to the curriculum, but we're boosting the skills that they may be lagging. So I think that's also was the.
And I think that was Kathleen's clarifier, which is, those interventionists applied to those kids in tier two, they are or are not in honors for all.
The reading interventionist.
Well, okay, so let's use the two that you plan to bring on in July.
Yeah, so that would, they would provide services for students who need tier two interventions.
And are those students going to be in the honors for all
Yes,
program?
yes, they are in the honors for all program.
Okay. But the math tutor or interventionist, that person is going to be deployed to the tutoring center or the math enrichment?
Math enrichment center.
Okay, talk a little bit more about the difference of those two.
Yeah, so Math Enrichment Center is that tier two math intervention. It is the one that shows up in the it is the position that shows up in the evidence-based funding model right now. And it is based on whether the students are meeting the standards in the course. So it's provided to students in math 1, 2, and 3. And so you can think about it as every quarter, any student who is not meeting expectations or meeting the standards for that quarter is then recommended to go to the Math Enrichment Center.
And I think my colleagues rightly, and I know this from my own kids' experience, the tutoring center is passive. It's up to the student to decide to go.
Yes.
Is the same thing true for the Math Enrichment Center?
It's not passive. It can be more, it could be more aggressive. So it is provided 2 to 3 times a week. The students are recommended, and our issue there is more of it, can they get it in their schedule? So it may be that they don't have an opening in their schedule and lunchtime is the only time that they can go. It may be that they have it during the periods that the Math Enrichment Center is not staffed. And so they can't go in periods, I think it's 5, 6, 7, and 8. Or 4. Yeah, but anyway, there are periods that it's not staffed, so that's why we need additional support, so they go.
And perhaps not me, there's just really a sort of like, the first slide you brought us back to, slide 12, where you see the tight scheduling there. That helps to illustrate the challenge of accessing.
I was gonna circle back to that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Even if you put the additional math FTE interventionist in the Math Enrichment Center, you still have this kind of scheduling and logistics problem of how to get kids to that support.
We do, and so there's been a request from staff to extend the periods of the Math Enrichment Center. So as I said, like that's a place for us to start because we know there's a need. However, it's also likely that this interventionist will provide great value in Math 1 and Math 2 Extend. Those kids, as I said, are already identified as needing the support, and they are already scheduled into Extend. And it would allow us to have smaller groups within Extended and hopefully start to make the Extended flexible instead of static.
So to build on that, where we've flagged our heat map at around tier 2, and facing this kind of scheduling and logistics problem with the kids, does that explain why this initial ask is just 2 FTEs? Because it's a more complicated problem to solve than simply throwing more bodies or FTEs at that spot on the heat map or the heat map.
Yes.
And I heard you talk also about the importance of tier 1, the core instructional level. You really highlighted the importance of that. Is that because if I were to extrapolate that, if the right interventions are delivered to those kids at the tier 2 level, then enables them to move into the tier 1 level the importance of striping that is all about stickiness. Like, assuming that right, I mean, once you get into the tier one level, are they at that point still supported enough to stay there rather than to regress?
The stickiness is true. The other part is that so that every teacher knows the goal and the learning outcomes that kids need to hit for Math 1. So that even in research and interventions have to align to the core curriculum. You know, even instructional models need to align for them to be successful. So if you think about those, you think about the kids, if we want them in math 1 at the CP level, if we want our freshmen and let's just go to sophomores in English 2, we want them in CP level. We need to make sure that the instruction aligns and the learning outcomes align so that the target's clear. Because if the target's different from different teachers or different interventionists or services, we don't know where we're going. And we have to know where we're going.
Okay. So at the beginning of your presentation, you made reference to an upcoming meeting, which sounds very exciting. But I happen to know that is the meeting that you're gonna have finally a chance to have with Bob Spatz and Michelle Mangan, the authors of the CFC EBF sub-team report, which was a very compelling read for all of us. And this board received that report on April 30th. And since that time, it's been a very busy end of the school year, as it always is, including the finalizing of the negotiations with the faculty senate, which you and I had the chance to work on together, along with Audrey and other folks. So with that meeting next week, it's finally an opportunity for the coming together of these different perspectives and understanding the research that underpins their report, the kind of nuts and bolts of how you make a school operate from your perspective. And additional interventionists, how do they get deployed? How do you engineer a school day to get the students who need it in contact with those interventionists? Would it be safe to assume that another reason you have come to us with just 2 FTEs starting in this fall is because the additional FTEs that may be needed for those roles, you still have to design and engineer how that actually works in the building and in the schedule. So that is a fair assumption.
Yeah, I think it's common understanding and what you said.
And I think you said this is far from the last word on this.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And the other thing, you know, we have a CFC, because my colleague Kathleen and I are the board reps there. We talk a lot when we reference EBF as, hey, that is a blunt instrument, it is a framework and a reference point that was developed because prior to it, nothing existed. The reference points are state data, another very rough reference point. And then there's a lot of school specific circumstances that you end up having to translate your situation to that framework, but it's good to have because it's better than nothing, but still, yeah, it has to be in the context of our own school. So the last thing I'll finish with is if we look at slide 5.
Yes.
So you know, some feedback, key strategies over 3 to 5 years feels very broad and fuzzy. And I think we understand, okay, these are strategies that will play out over that time. But if you flip back then to slide 4, to echo Tim's point, I strongly encourage getting really granular with leading indicators and lagging indicators. Including how those things are going to get measured and may change over time. So near term, medium term, long term, we will appreciate, as you can probably tell, granularity and a lot of detail.
Did I hear that the math center's not staffed? Is that what I heard?
The math enrichment center is not, it's only staffed 3 periods a day right now.
1 through 3?
No.
Oh, I was wrong.
I don't know the exact period.
I don't know the exact, yeah, but it's staffed 3 periods.
It's because it could be scheduled depending on the teacher or what works.
It is, there's,
Can I just say something really quick? I just want to clarify what you're pointing out are 3 periods a day, 2 semesters, that's the 0.6 FTE that is referenced there.
Okay, so it's specifically 1 for that.
Yeah.
But so, I mean, we talk about access, right?
Yeah,
if
that's right.
4, 5, and 6, that's lunch, right? So if that, if I can't hit it in 4, 5, 6, I have to have a study hall, right?
it is open 4 and 5.
Okay, all right.
6 is when the adult eats lunch.
Okay. Right, so thank you. Is there a similar parallel in ELA?
No,
Why is that?
just hasn't been done. And I will say too, for ELA, the interventions are different, but yeah, they really are different. It's a different strategy.
It's not necessarily, I'm just
Yeah,
kind of curious.
yeah.
Your answer's right. I'm just gonna go back to before you were in the district a little bit. The map came about from a team here, a few people here, going and visiting another school that was doing some innovative things with their math specific support programs, and that's why it came here. So it came out of kind of that 2 years ago, or something like that, 3 years ago. I can remember the exact day. So we don't necessarily see those as two things that need to be perfectly parallel in how they function. They're different categories.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Josh, I'll just get to literacy interventions, the former literacy teacher. Teaching reading outside of the context of what kids are actually learning, like it's very different from math. If you can imagine, like if I'm reading a difficult text in world history, I want strategies on that specific text. So you teach the strategy and then apply it to the text. Where in math, there's a lot of reteaching and pre-teaching you can do. So like a high level.
Yes, totally, I appreciate it. I don't teach, obviously. As far as, while we're talking about staffing up and getting the resources in place, and I appreciate all the idea that the curriculum needs to be addressed and we want it in the classroom. So versus space in the classroom, that needs to be next year, but the supplemental supports that are, outside that can do that. Are we using students for that at all? Do students do any sort of assistance for their peers?
We do. We have student leaders. So actually in Math Extend, there are student leaders who go in there and actually support. So I walked into a classroom, there were 3 student leaders and 1 teacher, and all the kids were working with somebody. So we do.
Great.
And we use them in a lot of classes actually. So.
And then my last thing is, when we were talking about lunch, I'm thinking, kids function at different levels throughout the day. When we look at kids that perhaps need better, like, do we think about that when we're planning schedules? Where like, I can see a double period of math, 7 and 8 being rough. I can also see it being rough 1 and 2. That's you.
Yes, it's sorry, teacher voice. It's incredibly difficult, as you can see on the very first slide of the first schedule. It's very difficult. There's 30 students who are receiving all of those. Where the one we showed you, it was the only class that student had that wasn't an intervention was the band. I mean, besides PE and lunch. So it is in part because they have to be joined. You know what I mean? Like they're not joined for, the reading doesn't have to be adjacent to the humanities. The maths are together. And part of the issue is the, staffing of the reading courses, because we want somebody who is an actual reading specialist to be doing that. And so, yeah, it is incredibly difficult to make that happen. And you're right. No matter where you put it, there's some difficultness to it, right? Whether it's first thing in the morning, whether it's the end of the day or the middle, right? We hit the middle of the day slump. It doesn't matter where we put it. It's the quality of what we deliver that we're trying to rely on.
Thank you. Sorry.
No, I want to make sure everyone gets their questions answered so we can vote. And I have one question and a couple of comments. So one thing that Josh mentioned was, and you mentioned as well, Dr. Hester, about early intervention, right? And we know from early childhood, if children are off track by the time they're in grade 3, they have a very hard time of ever getting back on track. And we also know that the number of Black students coming in high school who aren't eligible for honor for all is much lower than what we have across the board. So has work been done, or what kind of work is being done that you're aware of at the elementary and middle school level? Because I hear all the comments, but I don't hear anything about how do we go upstream and get to where the source of some of this issue is starting, so that our kids are coming into high school already well prepared. And I don't know if there's been any work around that level or looking at those grades.
We have not done the level of articulation that we would like to do, and really understanding.
There's one thing I would hope that as a community we would do was look harder at our elementary and middle school and understand why our kids are so off track by the time they're in high school. I think that because we have an obligation to do everything we can, and I really appreciate this because it shows that we are doing what we can. And at the same time, there are students for whom we can't make up that difference. Even with everything we're doing in 4th years, I'm sure there are students who still get left behind because they've come in so far behind us. So would love to figure out how to do some things earlier in addition to what we're doing in the high school. The other piece is just about summer school. Do we ever have interventionists or do anything in summer school to help support students that we talk about? We've done it with schedules and just timing and figuring out where might be some other ways to support them.
Yeah, we do have, the summer school is really built off of either enrichment or some form of really acceleration to open up student schedules. I mean, that's a lot of what that work is. We do have work to do there. We would really like to have, there's a lot of students who really want the online credit recovery. And what we would really like is for kids to come in person to have math. We have a lot of ideas to support and improve summer school, and we'll be starting that work next year to redesign that. Yeah.
And then the last piece is general comment based on the question about the sort of 3 to 5 year strategy and what are we doing for what is work. And environments where work we only have roadmaps or tactical. So you have your broad strategy. Yes, it's 3 to 5 years. And here's what's happening semester 1 in 2026. And here's what's happening semester 2 in 2026, 2027. So just so you can sort of map out over time what to expect, whether it's the next 18 months, it's 24 months, but something that would have those tactics so that us as a board in our community will know what you're working on, what that looks like. Well, with that, so we have more questions. So again, thank you all for this. The context was very helpful and it was really good to have this conversation. Yeah, and so it has been moved and seconded that we approve the following staff recommendations for the 2027 school year. 1 FTE reading interventionist to provide tier 2 services in world history A, and 1 FTE math interventionist to provide tier 2 targeted intervention services. Ms. Evans, could you please call the roll?
Mr. Arkin,
Yes.
Mr. Gertz,
Yes.
Dr. Leonardson,
Yes.
Dr. Odell,
Yes.
Mr. Van Horst,
Yes.
Mr. Brisbane,
Yes.
Ms. Williams Wig.
Yes, and the motion passes 7-0. We will take a 5-minute break and we will be back at 9:36.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, returning back from our break at 9:37. And our next, action items is approval of the design development authorization with FGM Architects. May I have a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion and questions.
I'll just do a brief introduction to this. So this was pretty heavily discussed a couple meetings ago, brought back tonight for more board discussion. Really, the numbers have not changed, but one thing to note would be there's been an updated timeline presented to accommodate the request to have the DD completed and presented to the board in time for the December board meeting.
Okay. Thank you. And those are the board members who are breaking. We'll start with any questions for.
I'll just see the other board members.
Oh, thank you.
So, can we pull up the,
Was that from the last meeting?
The presentation?
yeah, like, what,
Oh, I think it was last, yeah.
One thing I've been kind of going over this a lot. One thing that I noticed on the layout maps, we discussed last time, is there's kind of a discrepancy in the square footage that I saw in the Gilbane estimate of cost and what is actually written on those. So I was just curious if everything was kind of what we addressed in those maps.
I just say, so they're from, you want this schematic design presentation from June 11th. I think is what you're looking for. That would be this, it's got the layouts.
Thank you. Yes.
Pull that up.
The OPRF Act 3 FGM SD design update?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I understand something. That what I mentioned there was giving me account. I think there were some things that I could see, like some all this sort of, but I ended up to designs. It had up to 77,260. So it was like 3 of them, 4 of them. So it's every 4. No, they have to.
Perfect.
Yes, these. There's no way. The payment came in 15. So that was one thing that I wanted to, figure out what was going on there, because when we talk about the cost per square foot and what is fair, you see, what is budget. 49% delta is going to really change whether or not that cost per square foot is in line or not.
Becker, I was supposed to bring this up in the meeting, or at least I can bring it up at midnight.
And I'm sorry, this is left field right now.
It's fair. So my guess going into this is that the difference here is we're talking about programming space, when we're talking about the various classrooms, and it doesn't account for, I don't know what it is, the transition spaces, the mechanical spaces and all that. That's my guess from the previous conversation we've had. So I'm trying to see if that's right.
Yeah, I think, we'd have to check and look into what you're talking about, but we don't really put square footages on for every single space either. Like there's a lot of building components or extra circulation spaces and other things that aren't necessarily called out. We generally try to call out the square footages of the key spaces that are important. I'd have to just cross-check the numbers you're referencing just to make sure. But we've looked at the plan and the estimate to check all of those square footages. To make sure that they do align. So we just have to look at, again, what you're referencing.
Yeah, and that's fair. Just curious if you know.
I mean, Josh, I mean, from what you're saying, would you actually like to see that? I mean, we should make sure that we have the information that we need.
I'm torn, right? Because, you know, here we are, so what about, you know, do I think that the missing square footage is nearly 40,000 square feet?
So just the other
It's key versus, you know, and to be included in this design versus mobile. That sounds like a lot to me.
So,
but I also don't want to pump this just for my own kind of like.
well, I think it's just important that everyone on the board is comfortable and has the information that they need. Yeah, and I know we just brought this up, so I guess.
It's not gonna change my vote tonight, one way or
Okay.
I want my fellow board members to, you know, so if we go and get something this would be material, how it would impact their vote. But then I think it warrants perhaps a restriction, otherwise. Is that fair?
Yeah. Come back there for a moment. Are there any other questions for?
I have a couple of questions that I think it's gonna be a little bit for FGM, a little bit for Tony, a little bit for you, Greg, just to understand. So we just had a really robust conversation about teaching and learning interventions, and I think one of the things we heard was some uncertainty regarding what the next steps are and how we'll make the investments that we need to make going forward in that program. That's gonna take some time. And given that, I feel a little apprehensive about approving this $700,000 investment. Given that we have a lot on our plate right now, it's all really important. I think, to be clear, like I was really comfortable voting in support of the schematic design last time, or whatever the name of that was. Because I think it feels to me like the right solution to the project. I am, a strong supporter of the arts and performing arts. I have kids who have been in the music program. And I want us to see, I want that building to be built. And I want the community to support it, but I feel like we just might need a little bit more time to put all the pieces together. So with that in mind, my question is, what are the implications? I know we have this on the agenda tonight because we're facing some time constraints. And I know, Tony, you have said we have, this has been built into budgets. So I just want to understand, if we push this to a couple months from now, let's say, when we have a little bit more information potentially on the teaching and learning side and some of the priorities, what would be the implications of doing that from a timing perspective, from a budgetary perspective, just all of that?
Yeah, I'll let FGM talk about this, maybe a timing perspective, what that could do to rebalance in the schedule. To answer a couple of the questions from a financial standpoint, there's two ways to look at it. Right now, this number is built into the budget. If the board determined they wanted to wait a year, or 2 years, or postpone, however, that money would come out. The one recommendation I would have is to remember that if then the decision was made to reallocate the funds to something that's not a one-time expense, you're talking about that money then being in perpetuity. So if you took, say, this $700,000 and put it into staffing, that $700,000 doesn't exist in the following year because it's already made up by staffing. The other timing thing to consider is, if we use just a rough basis of 4% in escalation each year for construction, you're looking at about a $30,000 cost of waiting.
For the design.
Yep.
Yeah, and let me add one more before FGM talks about the implications for design documents and how that plays out. What really is of most relevance right now to the timeline is when the board would want to go, assuming we can go to the public for a referendum for funds for this. The sooner we can have the design documents in pocket, the better it is if we want to go with the soonest available referendum acts, which would be this coming spring, the spring of 2027. If that is not, if that's something that the board is not interested in, then the next two dates are spring of 2028, which is the primary election. And from the county clerk's office, what I understand is that that is feasible as a potential referendum date. Or the general election, right, the presidential election, November of 28. So, 5 months after. A few things that'll add just those pieces on the table, just from how we would work with design documents. Design documents, I think, are very important for a public discussion, a public ask for a referendum, because they provide the most detailed drawings that we can get for exactly what this space is. And it provides us the best opportunity to be as precise as we can with the dollar amount. Now, we aren't talking about huge changes unless we change something substantive about the schematic design. But still, that level of precision gives also a level of confidence. Let's remind also that FGM went beyond what they traditionally do for schematic design already. But that level of precision, I think, is really important for a referendum. And I will say that the shelf life of design documents, and this is my tag off to FGM to speak on this. What is the shelf life of design documents? And meaning that if the design documents right now are approved by the board, keeping that referendum window this coming spring open, then that's one thing. If the board at some later date decides, nope, that timeline doesn't work, we want to do this a little bit later. Let's say they go all the way to the general election of November of 28. The design documents are still valid, right? They're still valid. So it's not like we would do a spend now and then realize, oh, down the road, my goodness, we got to redo some of this work. It would still be valid. So in other words, the spend on this would be a spend that would be functional and useful for the district regardless of when that referendum has to be. That's my understanding. And if there's anything else you'd like to add to that, other than I suppose the 4% cost escalation to the entire project, is
that's what I was just gonna add is I did the 4% cost on what the DD would be based on, but the other number I should have shared would be the 1 year cost of waiting for the whole project, which is based on comes in just about $3 million.
So, hi, this is Allison. I'm joining in remotely from New York. So Greg is absolutely correct. And actually he said a lot of what I would have said. So regardless of, I think the biggest question is if you go to referendum, when is it? And whether you go in March of 2027 or sometime in 2028, the design work that we would do now, if we did it now, would be valid then, correct? And so the benefit that you get out of the design development documents would be there regardless. Now, if you chose not to do them now, you wouldn't get the benefit or wouldn't get as much if you delayed a few months. The timing of when we complete those documents determines how much time you have to utilize that design for the purposes that Greg was talking about. So the later they get completed, the less time you have them out there to the public to show them this is the design that we're proposing and see what they would be getting. So if you were to do them later and still wanted to go to say March of 2027, you may lose the opportunity or only have a short window of having that information available if you delay it, correct? If you do them now, and then choose not to go in 2020, spring of 2027, then you've still got them available. You just got them available for a longer period of time until such time as you do choose. So the value is there either way, and it really isn't, the only way it's tied to when you go out is the sooner you have them. If you do choose to go to spring of 2027, the more value you'll get out of them.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. And then just one more question, which is in terms of the likely project start date. So at what point, so we've talked about summer 28, I think, as the start date on the timeline that we're on now, summer 28 is the groundbreaking.
Allison, could you talk through that for all 3 dates for us, please?
So for if you go to a spring, say you go to a spring of 2027 referendum, that's entirely up to you when and what you do. And if you go to referendum, I'm going to speak to them as if they are happening, right? Spring of 2027 would mean if we have design documents done now, we would start what's called, and presuming it passed, as soon as that is over and we know it's passed, then we would start the construction documents phase, which is the final phase where we're creating the construction details really to go out to bid. And then we would go out to bid in the fall of next year, and you would break ground in June of 2027. Sorry, 28, I apologize, sorry. Sorry, yes, 2028. If you go to spring of 2028, it's really basically the same thing as long as design development documents are done ahead of time, just 1 year delay with 1 year of escalation. If you go to November of 2028 referendum, then, and again, assuming the design documents are done ahead of time, you would start the construction documents then, and you would not be able to get everything done to go out to, you would have to go to breaking ground in 2030, which is a 2-year delay in escalation, right? 2 years of escalation would be added on from what the current estimate is.
Just for clarity's sake, the only decision we're being asked for right now is spending 700K for the DD phase. We're not being asked whether we want to proceed with this project or not, whether we want to actually build it. Nor are we being asked when we should go to a referendum. We know a referendum is the only way to do this, but we're not even deciding that. And FGM is telling us that if we were to spend 700K on this design development engineering now, that work product is still going to be good whether we used it in 28, 29, or even 2030. By proceeding with this now, we preserve the optionality of going to referendum in 2027 spring. If we were to wait on that design development funding, and we didn't make this decision until August or September, is it impossible at that point to go to referendum in 2027, knowing that we really would have to be December of this year making that decision? How much time do you need to do a DD correctly?
I was wondering if it was directed directly to me. So it would be basically how, if you delay it a month, you'd get the results a month later. So by moving it up to July, you would get them, the results and everything with an estimate in December, right? And the work that we've done to make sure it's in line with the budget. Move it out a month to August, you're getting that information in January. Move it out a month to September, and you're getting it in February. So like, as I said, the sooner you move on the DD, the more time you have that to put that out there to the public, the closer you get, there's just potentially less value to, if you choose to go to a March of 27 or a spring of 27 referendum, I guess. But you would still have it there before that point. Once you get past September, it really, doesn't really come in before.
I added this just a little bit. So there are two values of the design documents. One is the precision that I mentioned earlier, right, for the actual financial ends. The other is the quality of the documents, that the images that we have, so we can make it clear to the public, this is what we plan on building. Those two values have a different timeline of use. So the precision in the ask is really functional for the finances. Is really functional for December, for when we have to get language onto a ballot. The images themselves, we would need those into the spring, throughout the spring, so that we could use those throughout, the communication phase with the public. And so, getting the documents a little bit later. So that's the, I'll stop there.
So
Yeah.
I think the most germane question to ask right now is just, I mean, I've made up my mind personally about the best time to go to referendum. And I think that we can wrap up the discussion, I think, by just doing a quick temperature check on how each of us feels about the timing for to go to public with a referendum, because I do not think spring of 2027 is a good option, and I would prefer, definitely prefer spring of 2028, and therefore I would not apply urgency to this matter, because I think that I don't feel good personally about for a variety of reasons. I feel much better about going in 2028.
So as someone's intent on voting against this measure, I'll say that, to Graham's point, if you intend to move forward with this, moving it now is the best choice. That doesn't mean that you have to go to referendum in spring of 27. What it means is that you're not paying more for the same thing.
But to Kathleen's point, I think that I don't particularly the timing. I don't like the timing, the optics on the timing of I mean,
that's a different thing.
But it is part of the. I mean, I think it was a valid point for her to make. I don't see the urgency right now. I certainly don't intend to vote for us going to referendum this spring of 2027.
Say how we're going to fund this is something that we've told the community that we are going to work through over the next 5 months. We've said for the last year a timeline for how we're going to work through this project. I think that we should follow those steps. So I think having a conversation tonight about when we're going to go to referendum, or even whether we're going to go to referendum. Yes, Graham, of course, we all know that that's highly likely. But we haven't worked through those steps yet in terms of how the district will finance this project. I think that we should continue to work this project in the way that we've promised our community that we would. We've done that on the design side. Let's do that on the financing side. Let's talk about when to go to referendum at the right time, which I think is going to be December. So I think talk about the right time to take this to the community is way premature. We have a lot to talk about. And a lot is going to change in the next 5 months. P2 is going to come online in a month. The community is going to see that, right? That's the biggest thing. All right, so people may have concerns about timing for personal reasons. But there's a lot of time to have that conversation. I don't think tonight is that time. For me, the conversation is about, do we go forward with ED? That's the only thing before us. Do we go forward with ED?
Tell me, I could just add to that. Well, there are two questions I have. So once we break ground on the project, what's the estimated time for completion?
So if we followed the timeline that. If we follow the timeline that has been set forth and break ground in 28, then the project would complete at the end of summer 2030.
So if we are delayed, we're talking about a minimum of another 5 or 6 years for the space and for curriculum needs and programming. If we think between now and 2030 is going to be done if we were to keep moving ahead with that. If we wait until the summer of 2028, for example, the earliest to do it, we're talking about the end of 31 before this will be done. So between now and 31, you're talking about 5 years where the program is growing, and we're not addressing students. So I'm just trying to get my head around, so I need to think about this some more, quite frankly, because there are implications for this and for the school, particularly when we keep hearing about performing arts continue to grow. And not only are there costs of delaying it with respect to what the construction costs are going to be, but I don't know from a programming, curricular, teaching, what those costs are as well. If we look, I guess the question I have for is like, is there support in just taking away timing referendums, et cetera? Is there support in general for activity? I mean, that's what I'm just trying to get a sense of from the board.
And we're all out of time.
Only have a 7-hour battery.
We'd like to change this motion to.
We only have a 7-hour battery. We need 4 minutes.
I think you're spot on, Hunter, is so the only question for us is do we look to it, right? Everything else is another time, we debate another time. And but I guess where I am on this, right? I wouldn't want to move forward with Act 3 as it's been proposed currently. So for me, it'd be, well, I'm not going to spend $700,000 if I don't plan on moving forward with asking the community for the people, right? So the idea is, in my mind, is this: would I throw $700,000 and not actually go on to develop it, right?
Right.
But other than that, right, if your intent on moving forward with that, this is a necessary call, whether it's now or 6 months or a year from now. Yeah.
And that's my point.
Yeah.
If we support it, we're going to need this regardless of whatever timing might come up with respect to a referendum or getting started on construction. So I'm just trying to get a sense, quite frankly, of what their support. Because to me, that determines the question of whether or not we need DD.
So Josh, are you saying that you have a different proposal for the SD for the project?
Then we need to do a little bit of time to get that.
Is there no version of Act 3 you want, or do you have a different design for Act 3 in mind?
Well, frankly, it doesn't matter. But I would want more value sharing. I discuss. Those were the kind of compromises that I sought. But the board as an entity, we decided that this is the iteration that we want to move forward with, and so that's a moot point. But if you're asking, do I support the notion of the construction project on our fine arts? The answer is yes. I just don't support this.
Okay. And then just for FGMA, just for clarity, realistically, the referendum here could be any of the next three, 2027, 2028, 2029. You chose 2029. Spring of 2029, it means you don't go out, you don't start until the summer of 2030. And you're saying that even in that case, the design development work would still be valid. That
Design development work is.
Correct.
You know, I share the same awareness around timing that Kathleen expressed. But this is why I, at the beginning, was walking through, what are we really being asked here? It's not do the project or not, and it's not when to go for a referendum, it's just whether to spend $700K right now on the engineering piece. And I do think Act 3 is necessary. Performing arts is by far the largest extracurricular program that we have. In addition to all the regular classes that take place there. The current music programs operate in a facility designed for half the size of the number of kids that do it today. So leaving aside all the other timing questions, do we do this project, and if so, when to go to referendum? I could support this expenditure. And under these circumstances, I would go with Josh's fixed lump sum approach rather than a percentage of the spend. And then maybe one other thing I should acknowledge is, I think it's not unreasonable that some folks in the community might perceive that, oh, well, if you're spending $700K to do this engineering work, you're somehow not spending money on students in education and teaching. And while that may not be an unreasonable assumption somebody might have, it's truly not the case, because this is $700K that's always been the budget specifically for this work. And now I've now only expired. But also, as we heard earlier, in our prior presentation, generally speaking, providing sufficient supports to the student who need it is really not about dollars as much as it is scheduling, logistics, and program designing. And I would say at no point has the administration ever come to this board and said, well, we want to provide these supports, but it's not budget. We want to provide these student supports, but we just can't afford it. They've never come to said that to us, because frankly, we would reject that. And in terms of how our dollars are committed in a way that reflects our values, I think the recently negotiated CBA with the Faculty Senate reflects the fact that we really prioritized our dollars where it best helps students. We are now have a very attractive package to attract effective teachers. We're supporting new PD programs with tuition reimbursement and so forth. So I did want to address what I do see as kind of a false dichotomy between this expenditure to provide facilities and the funding of supports for students.
So I hear you say that we need to look at the dollar lump sum amount versus a percentage of it. So I really do appreciate the discussion, and I actually would move that we postpone this until our August meeting, so that the information that Graham has asked about the lump sum, that Josh would do, square footage, just so that we have all the information that for the things that have come up to do. So that's a proposal, that's a motion that I want to make about this, and agreement. I would love a second.
But Tony, you've already documented the fixed lump sum in your memo.
Yes.
So you don't need to send them back and research it, right? This is
No, yeah, both options and kind of the pros and cons were provided in the write-up for tonight.
But just if you have the vote right now, the vote would be on the 700,000. We wouldn't be on the whether we go to a fixed or percentage basis, or would you have to have a?
Well, I think
The vote would, oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, Tony, I was gonna say, I think when we're approving it for the, well, hold on.
He offered both, in the memo. That's right.
Yeah, the vote would be to approve the design development at, with the selected methodology.
Got it,
Yeah.
okay.
So you have to take a vote and specify.
And specify what you want that it would be, okay.
And if it was postponed and the board had a preferred methodology, then what we would do is when we brought the item back for the next meeting, the language would just be changed to be more clear in the recommendation.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, sir, but I did miss that was had both in there, probably coming back with vacation.
Two questions. One is, what is the administration's recommendation on that option? And second, Gordon, why are you in favor of that?
In the methodology of the non-flat fee is a percentage of the total spend. So if we delay by a year, total spend increases, then so would be that portion of the pie that's devoted to DD. If we commit now to DD, we'd be doing some at a fixed lump sum, which is actually slightly lower than the percentage methodology. And then let's say we do delay it by a year or two. That 86 million price tag is probably going to go up a little bit, but I don't want the DD spend to inflate along with it if we're committing to the DD right now.
Yeah, so our recommendation is that makes perfect sense. We hadn't considered it, in that way, but that makes perfect sense. Our recommendation is to do the DD. Obviously, it's why it's here. Because of its longevity, as long as that's where as long as it wants to go, it helps us with that.
So does that resolve the issue, Audrey?
Yeah, it does.
Delay.
I just missed that, so that's not the issue that we had, I just said, what you've done, what you've done, so you had that way. Thank you. No, we're gonna go ahead, I just mentioned that, I just missed when I was scanning through the memo, I missed that, so.
Okay.
Any other discussion? So, it has been, moved and seconded to approve the design development authorization with FGM Architects at the flat fee amount of $4,750,000. And Ms. Evans, if you could please.
Just a quick point of clarity. The flat fee comes in two ways. So the flat fee, sorry, I've got two tabs open, trying to find that other question from last board meeting. The flat fee amount comes in at a price tag of $712,500 for the DD. The flat fee equates to that would be the total amount of FGM's fees for the entire project, DD through the construction.
Okay, one more time to make sure I have the right, forget the right piece there.
Where is that listed exactly?
Yeah, that's.
Sure. It's the last line of the executive summary.
Here.
Because I'm not seeing it mine, so I want to make sure I'm looking at that. Okay. Okay, so what's ready today? Let's moving to approve the design development authorization with FGM Architects at a fee of $712,500, utilizing the flat fee rate. Ms. Evans, can you please call the roll?
You want to get another second since you.
Oh, I'm sorry, may I have a second to change the date? Thank you, Tim.
All right, I'm gonna scream it. Mr. Arkin,
Yes.
Mr. Gertz,
No.
Dr. Livingston,
Yes.
Dr. Odell,
No, not yet.
Mr. Brandhorst.
Yes.
Mr. Brisbane,
Yes.
Ms. Williams Lee.
Yes, and so the motion passes 5-2. Thank you all for the discussion and just all the fun thought out. So we're gonna go through and figure it out. As we said, we'll have plenty of time between now and December to figure out the reference question. Okay. And with that, are there any future agenda items? Thank you. Okay, hearing none. Hearing none, we are now going to pause open session, we set open session at 10:17 to move back into closed session.
Let me get a second.
May I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Okay, now,
Resuming open session at 11:21 PM. And I, Audrey Williams Wade, move to adjourn the special board meeting at also 11:21 PM. And I have a second.
Second.
Okay, really? Any opposed? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, meeting adjourned. 11:21 PM.